Well, well, well. Wait, let me stop the music. There we go. Else I was just gonna keep going. Well, well, well. Let's hop to this screen. Well, well, well. Let me say welcome. Welcome Ranmu. Welcome Crespian. Welcome Guacamigo. Um, I think it's nice to be back. And I think uh, we are gonna be playing what I usually play. I guess I say usually. What I mean is what I pretty much did before I was streaming OSRS a bunch of weeks in a row, which is a visual novel. Um, Now I have streamed this a couple of times, so we are a bit far in regards to progress. Um, so if you're missing, I'll give you all a slight recap of I guess what the game is about and where we are in terms of the game progress. Um, the game is in fact a visual novel. Yes, also welcome Diced as well. Basically, the game is practically like Danganronpa. So it's a social deduction game, right? So basically, the story boils down to being more in the standard regard of werewolf, which means that it's not like super unique in that regard. There are some werewolves, and we need to figure out who the werewolves are. What is very unique about it is that the main character that we play are basically going through a bunch of time loops. We're on the, I think, third time loop this time. And each time we go through a time loop, we have more knowledge about how the whole thing actually works. However, everything sort of changes in a way because it is different people who become different things. And people end up interacting with us differently, and we end up interacting with people differently. And that is interesting for a couple of reasons. So basically, to give a quick I'll put some music on while I have just nothing going on. Some slight music here in the background. So basically, I'm going to put that a bit further down. So basically, now you can barely hear it, but that's okay. Just some background music. Um, so basically, um, the first loop we did, we had no idea what was going on, and people were just basically dying. Um, I still, we still sort of don't really know what's happening, even though we're in the third loop, um, because we're in a town where a bunch of basically outcasts have been thrown into, and we don't really understand why they've been thrown in here. We don't understand why this whole thing is happening, but it is. In the first loop, we got to know one of the characters pretty well. I'll show you the character. I don't quite remember her name. It's been a while since I played as well. Here we go. I will pull this character up on the screen. I'll see if I can get a PNG of her instead. There you go. Is that a PNG? No, that's also WebP. Here we go. That's a PNG. That's also WebP. I can see it says PNG in the title. I'm hoping I can just do this and it works. Let's hope this works. Image. So the first loop we did, we got to know this character. Else I can just boot up the game, and you can see her as well. I accidentally put that in the wrong one. Add image. So we got to know this girl. She's quite interesting because she is very much in love with our character, but she is very crazy. I don't know how to put it any better. That's basically the best way I can put it. You'll understand why when we get into the game. The second time we went through, which is the one before the one we're in now, we got to meet this character. I'll put her just in front of the other one. And she, it's also very cute, also in love with the main character. Also very crazy. So I'm starting to see a pattern with the people that, you know, are here. But I will boot up the game now. And then I will give you all a quick view of the characters, so you get to see who the different characters are. I played for 34.5 hours so far, so you can imagine that we're about 34 hours in. I usually read the whole thing, so I read everything. Basically, you know, if any sort of reading is required, then I will read it. Originally, I also did... Why can I not look out? Originally, I also did voices. I quickly found out that was not a good idea, so I've stopped doing voices. Just so you are aware, I will not be doing voices for the characters. Alright, let me change screen here to gaming. And then let me just... I think this isn't set to Raging Loop anymore. So if I boot up the game now. Hold on. And then I need to change this as well, so you guys can hear the game. Oopsie. Oopsie. Alright. Now you can see the game. And you can hear the game. And then I can stop this, so you don't hear the Miku song anymore. So as you can see, these are the characters I was just talking about. We've got Chiemi in the middle, Rikako on the right, the two characters. Actually, I'm going to pull the game down a little smidge, because I think I had it up there because of the collab, right? But I don't really need it there. I don't know why it's not letting me pull it down though, because there's something in the way, which seems counterintuitive. I would like to only select the one that I'm clicking on, please. Here we go. So pull it down a little bit. There we go. Welcome, Casanova. So let me pull up the options. So we can go into character voices here, and I can basically give you an idea of who the different characters are from here. This is the main character. This is who we're playing. He's so he isn't like us in the sense that we don't really choose what he says. He just sort of says some things, and then we play along with it. There are options, and I'll show you more about that later. But most of the options are how do you best put that? They're mostly like, they're not really options, they're more like railroaded picks. Like you basically have to pick them, right? That's basically the point of them. This is Chiemi, we talked about her, Chiemi Serizawa, Rikako. This is the either daughter or granddaughter of this guy down here. This guy. And he is the leader, best way I can put it, of the housing, or like the general area that everyone is in, right? So where the village that we are in, he's the leader. In a sense, he's like the foreman of it. He leads the stuff, and that's actually pretty important as well. These two, actually these three, but these two especially also, these three are students. There's one more, but he is sort of not really a student, and I'll explain why when I get to him. These three are students. These two are close friends. Well, these three are all close friends, but these two are especially close friends. This guy is the bronze, I guess, of the village. He is very strong, and he goes around doing a lot of the menial strongman tasks. She's the chef, also the mother to him, and the mother to him, who is the quotation mark fourth student, but he's more like a delinquent, so he doesn't really go to school. He likes to skip out of school. These two are both journalists. They came here to study, I guess, in a sense, write an article about the village, because it is like a very strange phenomenon that they were exiled and now they're like living in their own little village thing. So they came to write an article. Now, an interesting thing, and I think this is quite important for the overall story. In the first loop, both of these people died. In the second loop, Hisako Mamiya survived, but Hashimoto died. And in the third loop, they both survived. Nosato is one of the village heads, and I'll get back to that. Yamawaki, she's the village elder, and that's why I said that the importance of the village foreman or the village leader is there, because she's the village elder. She's more like, so in this sort of culture, they look very much up to the elders, because they have like great knowledge on things, right? This guy is the most strange of all of them, because he doesn't really say anything. He basically just cries wolf. He's very crazy. He doesn't speak very good English, I guess, or Japanese in this case, right? He doesn't speak very well in general. So it causes a lot of issues. This is the village head. We talked about him. And she, the last person in the village, and she's not part of the village, but we'll get back to that. She came in from a river, and I'll explain why that is important in a second. She came in from a river, and she was taken into custody by Rikako, the also one of the village heads. She doesn't speak very good English, or Japanese in this case. She basically tries really hard, but she doesn't speak very well. And she also talks like a sheep a lot, which is how she got her name, which we'll get back to. This is the clerk. She owns one of the stores that we stumbled upon when going to the village. I will also get back to that. She's not too important right now in a way, but she probably will be later. So let's look at the gallery here. That might help. So this is how we started. We got on a motorbike and we drove to... basically, he was in a relationship issue. He broke up with his girlfriend and he sort of just wanted to get away from it all. So he jumped on his bike and he just drove off. And that's how we got here. This is the first person we ever met, which is, you know, Mamiya. Not Mamiya, what was her name? Cherisari. Then this is, you know, Akiko, or whatever. I still need to get used to the names again, it's been a while. This is a good picture of how the land is. So Kamifuchi Yoshi up here, this is the city that all of these people down here in Yasumitsu were exiled from. And basically, we don't really know too much yet, but basically it's thought that these people are doing something to Yasumitsu to cause all of this, but we don't really know for sure. This is the river Saranaka. It is believed to be sort of like the river that Charon sails on, so like a river to the dead. And that's why Meiko passing from the river to here is quite significant to the people of Yasumitsu, because it is believed that she basically passed over from the dead to get into the city. So that is relatively important. This is the werewolf, as you can tell. Okay, this is important. So these are all of the beasts that are in this, like, game, I guess you could say. So, for example, you know, in the standard game, you have the werewolf. That's the one up here. We also have a spider. We have the monkeys. We have the snake, and we have the crow. Each of them have some sort of special ability. And then, of course, besides these, we have just the normal people. So the monkeys, they don't really have, quotation mark, a special ability, but there are always two monkeys. So, and then, of course, the one monkey will always know what the other monkey is, or who the other monkey is. They are always told who the other monkey is. So they can always reveal themselves, and then all the people will know that these two are always the monkeys, right? And that they are always humans. I'll see if I can remember. I believe the spider can protect one person freely. So the spider will always be able to pick a person and then protect them. So if they are attacked by the werewolves, they will not die that night. The snake can pick one person, and then they will find out if they are human or werewolf. But not if they have like an ability, just if they are human or werewolf. And then the crow can look at someone who's been hanged. So the humans hang someone at the morning of every day. They hang someone, and the crow can look at who's been hanged and then figure out if they were human or werewolf, because otherwise you are not told. There's a cute little picture. We'll just go through all the pictures. I won't explain all of them. This is the same picture again, but this time these guys have ropes on. It's very cute. Here are some other pictures. Just some happenings. These were the evil people in the first one. These two specifically were the werewolves, and she was what is called a badger. A badger is basically a helper. They are turned insane, so they don't really choose themselves. I think we don't really know too much about the badger because it was introduced quite randomly. This is us kissing Cherisawa. This is us holding Rikako. She's crying. This is the two strongmen punching each other in the face. This is lewd. This is them two arguing. And here's the evil people of the second round. So Cherisawa and the other guy that I forgot the name of. These two were also evil. And here Cherisawa is killing us. And these are the last few images we have. Is Rikako jumping in front of the knife of Cherisawa. Here is Rikako being hanged and chopped up by this guy, village head. Oh yeah, okay. So like I said, there are some village heads. This is the village head of the snake or spider, I think. I don't quite remember. And she's the village head of the crows, I think, or the spider. I also don't quite remember. But there are village heads of each. Here is us pulling or having our pants pulled down in front of that girl. Here is the very first time we did one of these, you know, I guess Among Us style sessions where you're invited to try to kill someone. Here's us voting for who to kill. And then slowly but surely more people are disappearing until, you know, it's just us 6 here. So you might notice in these first images I am missing, or the main character is missing. And the reason why the main character is missing is because in the first one, the main character came randomly into the village. And because the main character came randomly into the village, he wasn't invited to participate in these things because you have to be a member of the village to participate. Here's the second one. You can see now I'm here, and one of the journalists is here. And slowly but surely, people are disappearing. And here's the third one. Which might be where we actually got to. Maybe we didn't get to the fourth one. Maybe we got to the third one. Yeah, we might have gotten to the third one. But here's the full group of the third one. Here's a bunch of ways of us dying. Some werewolves. Bunch of deaths, as you can see. Here's some blood. Very bloody game. Here's an arm, another arm, another arm, another arm. Right. Welcome, Roger. So let's jump into it from here on out. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. I know I'm not the best at explaining things. Hold on a minute.
よう上の人らがふざけて田の水に獅子の血流したとか言ってたけどね。
So this is the chart of the scenario. So basically, this is how it looks so far in regards to how the loops are. So we are in fact on the third loop. Hold on, give me a second. I'm just going to turn the volume down ever so slightly on my end. And then I might need to turn it down on, or turn it up on you guys' end. I am not allowed to move this one. Oh. I have two options. I have turn it off, or I have the volume that I'm on at the moment. I'll turn it off on, or I'll turn it down slightly on my end over here. See if it turns it down way too much for you guys as well. I'll turn it a bit up for you guys. There we go. So, hold on. This was the first loop. And then, as you can tell, it loops into other sides from the first loop. So basically, we didn't want to do the start again. But in this part, we had more information that we did last time. For example, we knew that the fact that we came in from the direction that we came from meant that we couldn't participate in the rights for picking a person. So we decided that this time we'd come in from a more normal direction. And that's why it splits off like this. That way, in this one, we were able to actually partake in the rights of the ones that they were doing, the normal villages of the village that this time we could participate in, right? And then in this one, the reason why we split off again, why did we split off? Let me just figure out. I don't quite remember what we split off this time for. But we're now in the... Oh, that was to keep... so, that was to keep... what's his name? The other journalists alive. So what we did... I'll explain what we did. Can I explain what we did? I don't want to go back in the chart. So, basically, there's a house near the entrance to the village. It's like a construction house. And originally we offered that to the other journalist. We told him that he could live in that house, and then we'd take another house. But then by doing that, it ended up with the journalist actually dying. So this time what we've done is we told the journalist to take the house that we originally were in, and then we went to the other house. Now that actually, funnily enough, that actually caused us to die as well. But then we figured out why that caused us to die, and then we fixed that. I don't remember what caused us to die, but I do remember it caused us to die and we fixed it. So now we're all here. And this is the third loop, where we're all alive. There's no one dead at this point. And we don't know who's what. I believe, what are we? I believe in the third one, which is the one we're in, I believe we are a werewolf. So we actually have to kill people. So now you get to see the werewolf side of things. Welcome Hiccup, welcome Cowfriend. We basically just started. I was explaining all the lore. Spent like 20 minutes doing that. So most people should be up to date now. Alright. Well, my Obasan said that the people from there used to release shishi blood into the field water.
今はさすがにそのようなことはないと思うのです。
I guess that gives me oh, this is a very good time to say. Like I said, I will try to read everything that is said. This is basically I try to make it a comfortable stream so you can just sort of tune out and you can just listen. It's sort of like an audiobook, right? And one problem with that is that since I have the normal voices on as well, Rikako speaks very, very slowly. She talks basically 2 to 3 words at a time. So in a situation like this, she can spend maybe like 20 seconds reading that or saying that. But sometimes she'll speak a lot, and she'll speak very slowly. So if that happens, you will hear a lot of Rikako. I do not believe they still do that.
上富士吉の村民の大部分は安水のことを無視しているように見受けられる。そも接点はほぼないのだから。
So what I believe they're talking about right now was I showed the image of Yoshi Fichiyoshi or whatever it's called, the other town that's like on the mountain on top of us, leading down to where we are. And I believe what they're doing is they're talking about that town and then our situation or our connection with that town. From what I can tell, most of the people there just downright ignore Yasumitsu. That's where we are, Yasumitsu. There's barely anything connecting the two places anyway.
一部の資料関係者は牧島勘蔵氏とつながりがあるが、彼らはむしろ畏敬しておりますからな、あなたを。
Some from the hunting industry have ties to Kanso Makishimashi. They seem to respect you. That's Kanso Makishimashi is, or Kanso Makishima is this guy, the village leader.
どうだか。
Not sure I trust that.
まあ今新内さんの元で狩りができるの肝臓じいちゃんだけだもんね。
Well, Kanso Ji-chan is the only one who can hunt at the base of the Shinai Sun. Shinai is also the name of the mountain. So basically, he's the only one that gets to hunt at the base of the mountain. That was some interesting info.
それはともかくその通りで、今時休みずに悪さしてやろうなんてのは学校の子らか長者くらいのもんでしょう。
Anyway, good point. The only ones still trying to do something bad to Yasumitsu are school children and the village heads.
またそうやって長者を不当に中傷するのかね。彼らもそんなに暇ではないのだよ。
Again with the unfair mudslinging, the village heads are far too busy for that. So village heads again are the people, so each of the animals that we looked at, the spider, the wolf, the crow, all of that, they all have a village head, and that they're just basically called village heads, right? So he's one and she's one, and those are the only ones we've got here. She's part of one of them, but I don't remember which one she's part of, and she's not a village head, but she's just part of one of the village family head things.
不当かな。あの山祭りなんて休みずに対するいじめ以外の何者でもないと思うけど、訴えれば勝てるよ、多分。
Unfair? The whole mountain festival seems like one big Yasumitsu bullying event. I think we could even take them to court and win over it. So they have this like summer festival. I don't know if it's actually summer, but they have this like festival where it's like all wolf stuff. I don't really get the festival, to be brutally honest, but that is how it is.
ちなみに近持ちよ。
By the way, Chikamochi.
なんだろ
What?
お前じゃないよな、このいたずら。
You're not the one doing this, are you?
う。おお、あり得る。
Okay, yes. So that's also a good point. So Chikamochi is, how do I best put this? He's a bit special. He has a tendency to do things very interestingly. The way he talks is very interesting. Like in a sense of he'll try to lie, but he'll lie in a way that's very, I guess, misleading in a way, or, well, obviously that would be lying, but like when I say lying in a way that's misleading, I mean like the lie is misleading, as in the lie sort of tries to say, like, it's like a lie that tries to get you to the right answer, basically. Like, normally if you want to lie, you want to lead a person to the wrong place. But Chikamochi has a tendency to lie to get you to get to the right place. Which is very strange. And there's a lot of very strange things he say that I don't really understand. It was?
しかし残念。いたずら犯として信用されてるのは嬉しいけど、これは僕じゃない。
But too bad. I'm flattered that you thought of me, but I didn't do it.
単純に無理だよね。あんだけ犬をいっぱい集めて殺すのって。
So, I don't remember exactly what happened here, but I'm guessing that we found a pile of dead dogs of some description. I'm guessing probably regards to hunting, and then we're trying to figure out who killed all those dogs. And I guess that makes sense why they would blame Kanso, because he's the only one who can hunt in that direction. And then Chikamochi, because he has a tendency to do pranks and jokes and stuff like that. I think I read this. Have you even seen that pile of dead dogs? How could I even do that?
まあそうだよな。
Good point.
まだ僕が野里だった時、誕生日にいっぱいモルモット買ってもらって池に沈めて遊んだことならある。
When I was still in Osato, I had them buy me a lot of guinea pigs for my birthday, and I played around by drowning them in a pond. So now you're starting to understand why Chikamochi is a bit special? Huh? What?
あ、すいません。こういうやつなんです、モッチーは。
Sorry, that's just how he is.
最低。
You suck.
もうやんないよ。
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore.
殺すならネズミとかゴキブリにしてよ。
If you're gonna kill something, make it mice or cockroaches.
ネズミを殺すぞ。
Yeah, I'll kill tons of mice. I could tell that the weirdos here were making Mamiya-san uncomfortable, but Hashimoto-san was unfazed, as always. I had a feeling that the new info I was hearing here came from the fact that no one had died, so tension levels were low.
とにかくどうすんだよ、宴は。
Anyway, what do we do about the feast? This is the feast, by the way. So he's just asking what we're doing now.
よろしいかね。
Can I suggest something? He made the first move? I recalled hearing that Takumi-san was the one who moved first the very first time. He'd revealed that he was the snake. Last time, one of the monkeys, Kanso-san, suggested that I die. The flow of events had changed, so maybe he didn't have the guardian this time. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to decide who had and didn't have guardians based on that alone. Just adding Hashimoto-san had changed the course of discussion completely. And this time, Chiemi was the girl that criticized Fujiyoshi with her city dweller mentality, basically bringing her back around to how she was in the first loop. Last time, besides the strong words on day one, she stayed passive, only hesitantly only hesitantly making moral objections. By becoming a wolf, she greatly changed her approach to the feast. Yeah, so one of the things that are like very interesting about this is that people change depending on, you know, what sort of things they have. So if they have a guardian, they completely act differently. Most of them act more passively if they are a wolf. Some of them will act more aggressively if they are a wolf, and you can tell who generally acts more aggressively or who generally acts more passively. The only interesting exclusion to this fact, and I mean that exclusion because everyone else has changed completely when they were a guardian or a wolf. The only exclusion is Chikamochi, who, when he was a wolf, was basically exactly the same, completely unchanged. Welcome, Ino. Now there was Kiyonosuke-shan, she. Did I read the last one? Yes. I'd expected him to suggest we use a popular vote, but...
私は 彼に勇気ある代表者になってもらうのが良いと思うのだがね。
He's talking about Takumi, right? Wait, he doesn't say who? I believe he should become our courageous representative. He said that. While pointing at me. Okay. Interesting.
それは僕に死ねってことですか？
Are you telling me to die?
そんな言い方はしたくないが、君はそういう目的でここに来たと聞いた。
I don't want to use such strong language, but I heard that's what you came here for.
最初の一人というのは選びにくいものだよ。しかし、最初の一人がいてこそ、カラスの加護は名乗り出ることができる。
It's hard to choose the first one, but when the first hanging does happen, the crow can reveal themselves. So the crow is the one that can check if a person that gets hanged is werewolf or normal. I didn't expect that idea to come from him. That was basically the same approach as Kanso-san's. Hadn't he voted for me the first day too? Crap.
失礼ですが、ご自分で何をおっしゃってるか理解されてますか？
I'm sorry, but do you have any idea what you're saying?
そうですよ。理由もなく他人に死んでくれとかよく言えますね。
Yeah, how can you tell someone to die for no reason?
言い出しっぺの法則ってのがあるってこないだテレビでやってたぞ。
They said on TV that the first one to talk's the shadiest one. If he was by himself, his suggestion would have no effect. However,
わしも野里の青びょうたんに賛成する。
I'm with the scrawny Nosato. His agreement was bad news for me.
どういうこった、おやっさん。
What are you talking about?
人ならば安水のために死ねる。
A human can die for Yasumitsu's sake.
わしもその気でおる。じゃがもうしばらくは宴の進め方を見てやらんといかん。
I can do that too, but I need to watch the feast for a bit longer. Actually, good thing I was just reminded of. So there are allegedly, and I say allegedly because we are not sure, but there are allegedly 2 people who have survived a feast and are still in this feast. And those 2 are Kanso and this guy. Those are the only 2 who have survived, or since I say survived is because, you know, these 2 are both old. She's also old, so you would imagine, okay, maybe she's also been in one. But she came after the last feast. These 2 have lived in the town long enough for them to have been in a feast. And those are the only 2.
なんでてめえに見てもらわなきゃなんねんだよ。
Why the hell would we need that?
わしはこれまでに2度
There you have it.
読み意味の宴を生き延びてきた。
I've survived 2 feasts. He was telling us now.
どうすればいいかわしにはわかる。
I know what we gotta do.
必ずくくらねばならん。そして人をくくることを恐れれば人は負ける。
We gotta hang, and if humans are afraid of hanging, humans will lose.
植松の若えのにもう一杯ついてやれ。
Uematsu, pour him some more. Crap. Things were moving on just like last time. I played it off with some vague words back then, but would it work now?
ちょっと落ち着きましょう。こんな一方的な流れで誰かを殺すことを決めてしまうのは非常に危ない。
Let's calm down. It's extremely dangerous to decide who dies based on only one side of the table.
肝臓さんが言うことは部分的にはわかりますが、万一肝臓さんが狼だった場合も同じことが言える。
I understand some of what Kanso-san is saying, but we can just as easily say that he's a wolf.
正論は狼にだって使える武器です。正しそうだからって飛びつくわけにはいかない。
Wolves could use logic too. Just because something makes sense doesn't mean we should accept it without question.
安永、そもそも何が正しいというの？作らなきゃならないのはどうして？
Yasunaka, what is right in this situation? Why must we hang anyone?
タイバーの話じゃ、僕らは宴の外で人を殺すことを禁じられてる。破れば汚れで死ぬ。
According to Taiba, we're not allowed to kill anyone outside the feast. Breaking this law means death.
今ここに16人いて、13人が人、3人が狼。
There are 16 of us here, 13 are humans, 3 are wolves.
宴をやればたとえデタラメに一人殺していっても最終的に狼を殺しきれる可能性はある。でもやらなきゃゼロだ。
If we do the feasts and randomly kill one every day, we can get rid of the wolves eventually. But if we don't, our chances are 0.
宴をサボり続ければ狼は一晩に一人確実に殺せるから13日後に必ず僕らは全滅する。
If we skip out on the killings during the feasts, the wolves would just kill one each night and we would quickly die.
ただ僕もわからない。この中に本当に狼がいたとして本当に人を殺す気なのかどうか。
However, not even I'm sure if there are wolves here. However, not even I'm sure. If there are wolves here, I really don't know if they would kill people.
もしただ単に霧が出て誰かが悪質ないたずらをしてるだけってなら。
If this is just simple mist and the rest is just some sick joke.
狼は本当に来るぞ。
The wolf is really coming. Everyone was surprised that he suddenly began to speak. I was pretty used to it by now, though.
いいか。狼は言うてわかるようなもんじゃね。
Listen, wolves aren't as simple as they seem.
黄泉は山じゃ。ありゃ山から言われて汚れを振りまいとる。
Yomi's the mountain. A spread the corruption because the mountain said so. Yomi is the mountain? My game crashed. What the hell? Why did they do... No, it didn't. What?
何を言うとるのよおじいさん。
Huh?
親鸞様は人の味方じゃ。
What the hell? What was that? Okay, well... What nonsense is that? Shinai-sama is on the humans' side.
山に味方もクソもあるもんか。
A mountain doesn't take side.
山は気まぐれでむごい。腹が減りゃこうやって育てたもんを食らう。
Mountain's whimsical and cruel. If it's hungry, it'll eat the people it raised.
俺ら宴するしかねえの。
We got a feast. Not much he said came as a surprise to me, but I sure didn't expect to hear it from him. I wasn't the only one. The weird way he presented it made most people here uneasy and maybe even scared.
じじいも昔宴に出ておった。ボケてもその時のことは覚えとるんだろう。
Old Fart's been in feasts before. He might be senile, but he remembers it.
狼はくくる。
The wolves gotta hang.
ちょっといいですか？
Excuse me? Everyone looked at me with sharp eyes.
そのかつての読み意味の宴ではどうやって一人くくる人を選んだのですか？
How were the people you hanged chosen in the previous feasts?
一人一票で選んだ。
We voted. I guessed as much. Apparently the popular vote was a tradition at this point.
今回もそうすべきだと思いますか？
And you think we should do that this time too?
うん。
Mm-hmm.
皆さんはどう思われます？
What about everyone else? My question caused some whispers among the people.
そんなもんで決めていいのかよ。
Can we really decide like that?
うん多数決で選ばれたら文句言わずに死ななきゃならないなんてひどいよ。
I know what you mean. We'd be condemning people to death by popular vote. It's too cruel.
でも他に一人を選ぶ方法はない。
But there's no better way to choose.
しっかり話し合って決めればいい。それで決まらねえならくくるべきじゃねえだろ。
We can talk it out. If that doesn't work, we shouldn't hang anyone at all.
しかし全員一致などあるのかね。 当の本人は同意することなどなかろう。
You think we would reach a consensus like that? There's no way the potential victim would agree.
はーい。じゃあここでみんなのために死んでもいいよって人、挙手。
Alright, anyone who volunteers to die for us, raise your hand. Chiemi had used this to gain everyone's trust. Rikako-san had used this to convey to me that Meiko had a guardian. Basically, it was just pure strategy. If they didn't need to take the risk this time, they simply wouldn't do it. That meant that it was likely that Meiko didn't have a guardian this time. What was I to do here? I thought for a moment and concluded that if I raised my hand here, everyone would gladly hang me. No matter how kind-natured or reasonable they tried to appear, they actually didn't care about me. Chiemi and Rikako-san would value me more than most, but there was no arguing that they favored their own. I could totally imagine them prioritizing everyone else and tearfully voting for me. However, otherwise, if my fate had already been decided at that point, they would vote for someone else to send them a message or keep them on their toes. It was definitely a dangerous situation for me. There was one way that might have been able to save me though. I could do what I'd done last time. By sounding like I could be an asset to them, I'd buy time for myself. And finally reveal that I had a guardian. I'd have to make sure the real one was with said guardian was gone at that point though. That meant using the time I had to find and kill them. Could I really do that though?
誰もいないよ、匠に。
We've got no one.
威勢のいいこと言っといて、てめえはどうなんだよ、匠に。
You talk big. What about you though?
俺はまだ死ねない。
I can't die yet. Hmm?
あ、待って。一応注意。カゴを持っている人は注意した方がいい。
Oh, wait. Here's a warning. Those with guardians should be especially careful.
どういうこと？兄ちゃん。
What do you mean? He went on to give the starting warning that those with guardians should keep their status hidden. However, it was better to go against that warning when the snake or crow found a wolf, or when a fake appeared, and the monkeys were an exception to that. The explanation for the monkeys was the same as last time. The thing about the snake or the crow finding a wolf, as well as the appearance of a fake, weren't mentioned back then.
カゴ車は狙われやすいから黙ってた方がいい。でも、喋ると圧倒的に有利な場合や、黙ると不利な場合は別。
Those with guardians are likely to be targeted, so it's best for them to be quiet. But there are situations in which it is advantageous to speak up or disadvantageous to keep quiet.
その基準としては、やはり偽物が現れた時と狼を見つけた時というのが分かりやすいと思う。
The prime examples of these situations are the appearances of fakes or when someone discovered a wolf.
偽物なんて出てくるのか？
You sure we'll have fakes?
きっと出てくる。
No doubt about it. Yasunaka-kun went and briefly explained that wolves had to actively lie to win. He also added that humans should avoid lying as much as possible.
宴のことで嘘をつくのは狼だけ。そうした方が後々困らない。
The only ones who lie in the feast are the wolves, making that a rule should spare us some trouble.
と思うんだけど、肝臓さん、どうですか？
That's what I think. Kanto-san, what about you?
今の説明で分かったもんはおるか？
Everyone got it? That was the time. This was the time. Kanto-san and Yasunaka-kun spent a lot of the beginning last time fighting over the lead despite both being monkeys. With Haru-chan and Tei-san's death, the one in charge ended up being Takumi-san. If a calm and collected Takumi-san ended up assisting Yasunaka-kun like last time, the wolves would be at a huge disadvantage. Now, if Kanto-san ended up in charge and controlled the feast with an iron fist, the order would collapse, perhaps to our advantage. However, that'd increase my chances of getting killed. Had to find a balance.
Hai.
Yes. I nonchalantly yet unhesitantly raised an arm. A few others followed my lead. Chiemi, Rikako-san, Kaori-san, Yotsuko-kun, Kyonosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Mamiya-san, Hashimoto-san, Mochi.
わしもそれで。
I'm fine with that. He backed down? Yasunaka-kun and everyone who raised their hands amounted to 12, a clear majority. His polite, calm explanation bore fruit. But was Kanto-san the type to back down in a situation like this?
じゃがククルモンは一人一票で決める。
But we're hanging wolves by vote. Ah, so he had conditions for his agreement.
別にいいじゃねえか。どうせずっとダラダラ話してても決まらねえ。
Fine by me. Talking ain't getting us anywhere.
逆に話し合いで筋が立ってんなら多数決にしたってその結果が出るだけだろうがよ。
Hell, all that talking would just get us to the same result as the vote, won't it?
まあそれも一理あるんだ。
Well, you have a point.
匠にどうする？
Takumini, what do you think?
わかった。
Alright,
冗談きっつい。
this has gotta be a joke. The bartering with Yasunaka-kun had made Takumi-san agree to something he'd been completely disapproving of. Chiemi had realized that she had to accept it, so she'd given up on arguing and only complained. Kanso-san had a tendency to strong-arm people to get what he wanted, but he was good at it.
で、だいぶ話がそれてたけどよ。臭い死をくくろうってのか？
So we got derailed a bit. We hang in Fushishi. Things were looking bad for me. Suddenly, I got help from where I least expected it.
今日はそのくくるでしたっけ？しなくてもいいんじゃないですか？
If you ask me, I don't believe we should hang anyone today.
今日はというか、そもそもすべきじゃないと思いますけど。
Today? I don't think we should do it at all.
もし殺さなきゃ殺されると明らかになったら僕は殺すよ。
If it's a matter of kill or be killed, I would kill. His tone was calm, but his words were terrifying.
妻と娘が3人家で待ってるからね。
I have a wife and 3 daughters waiting for me at home. Mamiya-san's eyes widened. She must have realized just how serious he was.
前におっしゃってましたもんね。仕事で死ぬつもりはないって。
You did mention that you don't intend to die for your work.
だから皆さんの話をじっくり聞かせてもらったんですけどね。
Yes, that's why I carefully listened to what everyone here said.
多分先手を打って処刑を行うと狼側に殺戮の理由を与えることになるんじゃないですかね。
And I think that lynching someone first would give the wolves a reason to start killing. That was a general observation that no one argued against. Probably because they didn't have a good comeback.
だいたいルールは飲み込めました。考えを言いたいですが、よろしいかな？
I more or less understand the rules now. Can I say something that's on my mind? Mm-hmm.
どうも。間違えてたら、君、詳しそうだから指摘してくれるかな？
Thank you. If I'm getting something wrong, you there. You seem to know how things work, so please point it out.
あ、はい。
Huh? Oh, okay.
じゃあ、この手続きでは、高確率で5人以上の死人が出ますね。最短でも狼3人と夜の死人が2人。
Now, in this process, at least 5 people will die. A minimum of 3 wolves and 2 humans killed at night.
そうですね。雲の加護によって守られない限りは。
Yes, at least as long as the spider doesn't protect the humans.
つまり、今誰かを処刑しようがしまいが、夜に誰か死にますね。
That means that someone will die regardless of whether we lynch someone today.
そりゃそうだな。
That's not wrong.
しかし今日くくらねば狼は減ることなく宴は長引くのだがね。
But if we don't hang someone today, the feast will continue without any dead wolves.
これはおかしいですね。今日の処刑は明日カラスのカゴ車に名乗り出てもらうための処刑なんでしょう？
That's odd. Today's lynching is to let the crows show themselves, right?
狼は絶対出てこないと思われる。 そりゃあ果たして有効なんですか？効果はゼロとは言わないが。
It's unlikely that it would be a wolf. Would it really be effective overall? I won't say it would be worthless.
考えてみてください。明日こう言われる。私がカラスの加護者です。昨日処刑された不妻子さんは人でした。
But imagine hearing this tomorrow. I am the crow, the one lynched yesterday. Fushaishi-san was a human.
よしんば、不妻子さんは狼でしたと来て、他に誰も名乗り出ないから信じてどうなる？
Now, even if it turns out that he was a wolf, we would believe the crow just because no other crow spoke up against them. What would happen then?
まだ14人残っていて、狼も2人残っている。狼に的中する確率は 19% 弱から 14% 強に減ってる。
We would have 14 humans and 2 wolves. The chance of getting a wolf would drop from about 19% to about 14%.
思うに、早かろうが遅かろうが、勝負がつくのは人数がある程度減ってからなのは間違いない。
From what I see, the end game would be after some people have died, regardless if that happened sooner or later.
だから今日一人何の確証もなく処刑するというのはどうかなと。
So, I'm not sure if we should lynch anyone today without any evidence.
それはそうかもしれませんが。
Well, you might have a point.
それは詭弁だ。そうやってくくることがなければ人は絶対に勝てんのだぞ。
That's sophistry. We humans can't win if we don't hang anyone.
その通り。ただ今日この時だけは待ってもいいんじゃないですかと言ってます。
Yes, but I believe that it's worth waiting for just one day.
今日とりあえずで誰かを処刑すれば狼側には本当に殺されるんだと殺戮を正当化させてしまいますよね。
If we lynch someone today, the wolves would realize that they really would get killed, effectively justifying their killings.
逆に向こうが先に攻撃してくれば人はその仇討ちを理由に団結できる。
Now, if they strike first, the humans could unite to avenge the victim.
繰り返しますが、今日の夜確実に誰か一人が死ぬんです。処刑の有無に関係なく狼が本気ならね。
I'll say it again. Someone will definitely die tonight, regardless if we lynch someone or not. That is assuming the wolves are serious about this.
しかし今夜の被害者を狼の報復と捉えるか狼の卑劣な先制攻撃と捉えるかには処刑の有無が影響する。
However, the lynching today, or lack thereof, would change whether tonight's victim would be considered the wolves' revenge or their vile preemptive attack.
要は狼が本当に殺してからでないと僕らは強い心でもって誰かを処刑などできないってことです。
Basically, I believe that we can't be strong enough to lynch people until the wolves kill someone.
まあこうやって牽制することで狼も躊躇して殺人をやめることを僕は期待してますが難しいのかな。
Personally, I hope that such restraint would make the wolves hesitate and not kill anyone. Is that possible?
それは
It's... no.
狼は来るぞ。
The wolf is coming.
なるほど。ただそうだとしても被害がないのに攻撃をするというのはなかなかストレスフルな決断ですからね。
I see. Even so, attacking someone when there's no victim is extremely stressful.
この状況でほぼ間違いなく狼ではない誰かに犠牲になってもらって 僕らの中に不和を残すよりは。
I simply believe that sacrificing someone who is most likely human and sowing discord between us
今晩の一人に団結のための犠牲になってもらう方がまだマシだと思いますね。
is much worse than simply letting someone die at night and unifying us. He had a point. As a general rule, it was disadvantageous for the humans to waste an opportunity to lynch. However, making a preemptive attack when you had limited information and the chance of getting a wolf was low was extremely risky. Thus, it was a good option to prioritize emotional superiority and unity. Not many people could argue against this. Hashimoto-san was just too good of a speaker, the opposite of Kyonosuke-shi. His suggestion was beneficial for the wolves too, but only for now. It would be far more difficult for us to kill someone tonight.
今聞いて僕も橋本さんのおっしゃることに一理あると思いました。
Upon hearing him out, I believe that Hashimoto-san has a point.
実際まだお互いのことをよく知りもしない方が混じっている状況で誰か一人をすぐ殺してしまうのはもったいない。
We don't fully know each other yet. Killing someone in this situation would be a waste.
それは私も思いました。おそらくですがこの読み意味の宴で最後にものを言うのは情報ですよね。
I thought the same thing. This feast thing is controlled primarily with information, right?
どういうことかな、Q ちゃん。
What do you mean, Q-chan?
誰が誰の味方をしたか、誰がいつおかしなことを言ったか、そういうのの積み重ねが狼を特定する。
You decide who's a wolf by taking time to see who sides with who and who says something strange.
人が嘘をつけないルールにしたことで嘘を重ねていく狼はいつかボロを出す。
Since you made it a rule that humans can't lie, the wolves who must lie will eventually slip up.
そうやって狼を見つけてから対処するのがきっと正しいですし。
It seems right to lynch them once you find them that way.
きっと一人の手がかりから全ての狼を明らかにするとか、そういうことも考えられるんじゃないかと。
There might even be cases where a single clue can lead you to know who all the wolves are.
なるほど。推理ってわけだ。
I see. Detective deduction.
そこまでうまくいくかはわかりませんが、狼を泳がせておいて情報を集め、後で特定することができれば。
I don't know if it would go that well, but by observing what the wolves do and gathering information about them, you can pinpoint someone.
それ以降、無駄な処刑を行わずに済むから、遅れを取り戻せるかもしれませんね。
And eventually even avoid having to lynch someone, letting us catch up to them.
それに、今夜何もわからないわけじゃない。エビは確実に誰か一人の正体を知ることになるから。
And it's not like we won't learn anything today. The snake will surely find out whether someone is a human or wolf.
そうですね。誤って蛇を処刑しないためにも今日は見送るのがいいのかも。
That's true. Maybe it's best to skip this day to avoid accidentally killing the snake. He presented the likely disadvantages that could emerge and provided ways to turn them around. It was really effective. Most here didn't want to kill anyone yet, but had to balance out the pros and the cons of doing so. If they were told that the negatives could be made up for, they had no reason not to cling on to that. Crap, I felt silent. Silent people were considered to be passive accomplices to the wolves. I had to say something.
確かに有効に思えます。ちょっと露骨な話ですが、もう一つ利点がある。
That does seem effective. There's another thing to keep in mind.
何かな、不妻子くん。
What would that be?
狼側は当然、優先的にカゴ者を殺したいわけですよね。
The wolves would definitely prioritize killing the ones with the guardians, right?
しかし今日処刑を行えば、狼側がカゴ者を選ぶ選択肢を狭めることにもなります。
But if we lynch someone today, you would lower the amount of options for them to choose from.
特に本格的に容疑者に選ばれた人がカゴ者だったりすれば、 その人は自分の正体を明かさざるを得なくなる。
Now, if the potential victim of the lynching ended up being one with a guardian, they would have no choice but to reveal it.
人は嘘をつかないし、狼は互いの正体を知ってるので、狼は確実にそれがカゴ者だとわかる。
Since humans can't lie and wolves know each other, they would instantly know if the one claiming to have a guardian was telling the truth.
しかし現時点でカゴ者が名乗り出るメリットはゼロです。まだ誰も何もカゴによって情報を得ていないから。
But at this point, there is no benefit for those with guardians to come out. None of them have used their powers to gain any info.
ただ狼に殺されるだけ。
And they would only die to the wolves.
そう。
Yes.
確かだね。
That is true.
もちろんカゴ者を引く可能性は低いですが、ただの人をくくってしまえばその分狼が殺す候補も減る。
Of course, it's not likely you would land a guardian, but if you hang humans, you'd also lower the number of targets for the wolves.
狼でない人は今13人。1人いなくなれば12人。ここから狼はカゴ者を選ぶ。
There are currently 13 non-wolves, and taking one away would leave 12. The wolves would choose from one of them.
母数が減ればそれだけカゴ者が当たる率が高い。
And the lower the number, the higher the chance that they hit one with a guardian.
やっぱり初日にくくることは弊害が大きそうに思いますね。
I'm starting to think that hanging on the first day does more harm than good. I actually thought that this way of handling the wolves was good for the humans. From what I could tell, Kaori-san and Haru-chan would be found out sooner than later. Okay, so I believe that Kaori-san, the chef, and Haru-chan are the other wolves than us, right? So we three are the wolves. I don't know why he's trying to kill those two, you know, considering he's also a wolf, but, you know, whatever, I guess doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I had my looping and was generally a scumbag, so I wasn't as shaken by the situation as they were, but my situation wasn't exactly solid. I could fall into traps set by the humans too.
どう思う、匠に。
What do you think, Takumini?
狼が絶対に殺すって前提で話が進んでるのが気に食わねえな。
I don't like that we're continuing on like the wolves will definitely kill somebody.
殺されないならこっちも殺さないってのはわかるな。
But I can understand not killing if we're not getting killed ourselves.
おやっさんは
Old man?
狼は確かに殺す。
The wolves will kill.
そうかもしれねえがよ。
Maybe, but still.
が、でけえのの言うこともわかる。
But I get what the big guy's saying. What?
今日くくるかくくらんかで票取れ。それで決まりゃ、それで。
Vote on whether we hang someone today. That'll
上
do.
松の記録せ。
Uematsu, record.
はい。
Very well.
あ、忘れてた。
Oh, I forgot. Huh?
君、猿は名乗り出ない理由がないって言ってたよね。
You said that the monkeys don't have a reason not to reveal themselves, right?
ええ。猿は相互証明できるから語られにくいし、それ以上の能力はないから狼にも狙われにくいから。
Yes, they can assure one another's legitimacy, which makes them hard to fake, and they have no powers, which makes them unpopular targets.
なるほど。
I see.
というわけで、僕は猿です。
With that in mind, I am a monkey.
ちなみに、もう一人の方は、ちょっと読みがわかりづらいのと、漢字が潰れててわかりづらかったけど、なんとかださん。
As for the other monkey, the letters were unclear and hard to read, but it's something, Dazan.
鴨志田近持は僕だ。僕 僕は猿だ。僕は猿だ。
Yeah, I'm Chigamochi Kamoshida. I'm the monkey. I am the monkey. I am...
何回言うのよ。
Stop that.
そっか、モッチーは猿だったんだ。
I see, so you're a monkey. Pure relief, Yasunaka-kun was glad that his best friend was definitely not a wolf. Such behavior was a good way to guess whether someone was a wolf or not. Reactions were important.
橋本さんが親切ぶった狼じゃないってことが確かになったわけだが、改めて票取っていいか。
I guess that confirms that this Hashimoto-san isn't just a wolf acting friendly. Can we start the vote?
処刑を行うか行わないか。
We gotta decide if we're lynching or not.
違う。
No. What?
今日くくるか死人が出るのを待ってくくるかよ。
We're deciding if we're hanging today or waiting until someone dies.
死人が出たらどうあっても一日一人くくる。そう約束せ。
Once they do, we're hanging people no matter what. Swear it.
ああ。
Yeah.
まあしょうがないんじゃない。一方的に殺され続けるなんて納得できないでしょ。
Well, I guess it makes sense. We can't just let them kill us and do nothing.
タエバもええか。
Taiba, you ready?
そうね。
Yes.
構わんのではないかね。
No one has any objections?
僕もいいです。
I'm okay with it too. With no more counter-arguments, we began the vote. The results came quick. The only ones who voted to hang someone today were the old wolf guy and Kanso Shi. Everyone else chose to wait until the wolves made a move, so we didn't hang anyone today. The dining hall was a much more pleasant place than it was in the morning. Yasumitsu was a place full of decent people who readily accepted the idea that they wouldn't have to kill anyone today. The same applied to the wolves, or so I thought, but they didn't look so good.
面白そうな学問だな。もうゼミには入ってるのかい？
That's an interesting science. You've been to seminars?
ええ、君吉先生っていう方で。
Yes, they were led by Kimiyoshi sensei.
君吉さん。一度ラサでたまたま出会った日本人が大学の先生で、そんなお名前だったような。
Kimiyoshi-san? I'm pretty sure a Japanese person I met in Lhasa was a college lecturer with that name.
あ、その人ですよ。専門がシナチベット語族なんで、たびたび向こうに行ってるみたいです。
Oh, that has to be him. He specializes in Sino-Tibetan languages, so he travels there every now and then.
なるほど。世界は狭いね。
I see. What a small world.
橋本さんや先生にとってはですよ。
At least to people like you and him. Another reason was Hashimoto-san. Once he stopped being silent, he turned out to be extremely sociable and understanding. The dining hall would fall silent every now and then, so he walked around and talked to people, bolstering morale and seeming naturally suited to the role. He wasn't exactly a jokester, but everyone who talked to him seemed to be having fun. He'd even gotten a faint smile out of Harujan. I wasn't jealous or anything. I did wonder why Chiemi hadn't told me much about her specialty. And honestly, I had no right to be jealous. I'd already used my looping to get together with 2 women. No, doing what I did back then seemed the best thing to do in those situations, and... Putting Haru-chan aside for a moment, both Chiemi and Rikako-san were really charming. Chiemi was a bit unhinged at her core, but Mitsuchi wasn't all that different. Yeah, as we're getting informed now about the unhinged women of the story. Rikako-san was fun, and her two-faced nature was kind of attractive to me. But, well, I really wasn't in a position to think about what came after the mist cleared. I wish to talk to you, Haruaki-sama.
あ、すみません。ちょっとこっちが立て込んでて。
Oh, sorry, I'm a bit busy here.
すみません。失礼しました。
I am sorry. My apologies. I was making dinner with Kori-san. I'd invite her to do it. I'd invited her to do it so we would be well fed and ready for tomorrow. Of course, this was to distract her from reality. I didn't want her unpleasant nature to take over and make her throw in aconite into the food. So I took it upon myself to cut the veggies. As I worked, I watched what was going on in the dining hall. I could see most of their faces from the counter. Last time, the first day was relatively peaceful, but this day was even more relaxed. Tae-san's incessant prayers and Kansu-san's continual state of high alert made it a bit uncomfortable, but that was it. One reason for the good atmosphere here was the fact that no one had died yet, so it was still possible that it was just some sort of sick joke. Another reason was the presence of the one who'd died all the previous times, Hashimoto-san. He was a master at helping everyone lighten up. I could even include Mamiya-san as a reason. Hashimoto-san was alive, and she wasn't a wolf this time. Hashimoto-san. Oh, right, okay. Because I was about to say Hashimoto-san was alive, and Hashimoto-san, wasn't a wolf, but Hashimoto-san is the big guy. But I think he's talking about the fact that Mamiya-san is happy because Hashimoto-san is alive. And she wasn't a wolf this time, so she wasn't hysterical like in the previous loop. Though she was writing something with a troubled frown on her face.
Q-chan wa shuzai no matome kai?
Gathering material, I assume.
記事にするかはわからないから、
Oh,
今の
gathering
ところは
material.
ノーで。ただ、興味深いことは興味深いですね。
I'm not sure I'll turn this into an article, so I'll go with no for now. It was interesting though.
オカルト?
The occult?
ええ。あまり日本的じゃないなと思いまして、ここの話。
Yeah, I just thought that the local story doesn't seem very Japanese.
お、それはちょっと興味あるな。
Oh, I'm a bit interested in that.
これ続けても大丈夫です。村の伝説に私なんかが講釈をして不快だったりしません？
Can I even talk about this? Won't my take on the local legends upset you?
どうかな。私は普通に興味ありますけど。
Who knows? I'm kind of interested.
俺は別に興味ね
I don't give a damn.
でもまあ暇だし。
I don't have anything better to do.
りっちゃんは一応こういうの担当でしょ？
What about you, Richan? This is your thing, right?
いえ。シンジは身車家の役です。でも。
Oh, here we go.
そうですね。私も少し興味があります。
No, work concerning the divine is the Mikuruma's responsibility, but I would be lying if I said I was not interested. Things were going just like they had last time. Everyone was interested in what she had to say, and she revealed her knowledge about god slaying and servant worship. Susanoo beating Orochi, Aesop's fable, Yomotsu Okami, aka Izanami. Then Tae-san became upset just like last time. The only difference was that I wasn't involved in the conversation.
OK です。ここまでにしましょう。ただ、ちょっと気になることが一つありまして。
Okay, let's leave it at that. Though there is something that has me curious.
ここで歌われているわらべ歌みたいな歌について教えていただきたいんです。
I want you to tell me about the song that's sung here. Oh, she herself mentioned it, huh? It led to just about the same words as last time. Mamiya-san pointed out how the lyrics had a lot to do with the feast. She began questioning the parts she didn't understand, such as the Badger and Kyonosuke. She, among others, answered her.
興味深い話だけど。ムジナだけ今に残っていないのは不自然で気になるな。
Interesting, but it's strange that the badger disappeared. I wonder why. The thing I pointed out last time was now pointed out by Hashimoto-san. He and Mamiya-san continued examining the relationship between prayer to Shinai and the feast. Tei-san mentioned that the badger was a servant of the Okami-sama and that there was a statue in the Shinai shrine. She also talked about the late Gensan's word, the badger's waiting for the Okami-sama to return.
なんだかいる気がするな。ムジナはこの中に。
I have a bad feeling about this. What if there's a badger among us? Among us? He raised the same suspicion I had.
牧島さんが前の宴に参加してたってことなら、そのゲンさんという方も参加してた可能性が高そうだし。
If Makishima-san had participated in the previous feast, then this Gen-san must have been there too.
その時にムジナが出てきたから、遠回しな言い方で警告を残したのかもしれない。
They had a badger there, and he might have left that as an indirect warning.
なんですそれ、橋本さん。推測ですよね。
Come on, Hashimoto-san. That's just a guess, right?
そうだね。少し決め手に欠けるかな。
Well, I guess there's no conclusive evidence. Now it was time for something new.
狼、よもつ狼、狼。
Okami, Yutsumu Okami. Great God.
橋本さん、私、すごいことに気づいたかもしれません。
Hashimoto-san, I think I realized something amazing.
何かな？
I'm listening.
今更なんですが、神内明神の神内という名の由来ってどなたかご存知ですか？
This might feel abrupt, but do any of you know the origin of the name Shinai? She'd been curious about this in Kamifuchi Yoshi too. What of it though?
新内さんは公式には猿なし山という名らしいからね。猿が猿に、梨が梨に置き換わったのだろう。
I heard that Mount Shinai, Japanese letters, is officially Mount Sarunashi, Japanese letters. Saru probably became Saru, while Nashi became Nashi. Yep.
違いますよ、野里様。神内様は昔から神内様。明治の時に読めんからってお上が名前変えたと聞いてますよ。
That's wrong, Nosato-sama. Shinai-sama has always been Shinai-sama from the start. The authorities just changed the kanji in the Meiji period because it was hard to read.
逆か。
The other way around, huh?
つまりもともと神内だった。山脇さん、その語源については？
So it's always Shinai. Yamawaki-san, do you know where it comes from?
知りませんね。
I don't.
多分、これは漢字トリックです。
It's probably a kanji trick. Mamiya-san ripped out a page from her notepad and put it on the table.
神内。内の漢字は大と示すでなっています。
Shin-nai, the nai kanji was made up the kanji for big and show. She wrote down the relevant kanji. That's the relevant kanji.
これを組み替えると
When you switch them around, she then wrote down the kanji for big and then show to the right of it and shin to the right. The result was, oh my goodness.
神の武士は示す編。実際に旧字は神だし、つまりこれは狼。
To the left side of the kanji for God, there's a radical for show, and it's even more obvious in its old form. This means that the result is Okami, great God.
神内様イコール狼様ということじゃないでしょうか。
Shinai-sama equals Okami-sama. Isn't that the intention? What?
バカなことを。
Pure nonsense. Tei-san shouted hysterically. You could hear in her voice that she was shaken up. Of course she would be. According to Yasumitsu's legend, the humans and the servants killed the wolves, the Okami-sama. However, it reinforced my theory. I had lots of clues that led me to think that Okami and the great Lord Shinai were one and the same. His use of the corruption was one thing, Another thing was the fact that he was neutral in the battle between humans and wolves, or Yomibito and wolves. Yet another thing was the local outlook on life and death. If people went to Yomi upon death, they would go there regardless if they were hanged or killed by wolves. That was why they said, "Rise not." It meant go to Yomi and don't return. However, in the Shinai faith, the mountain was a place where corpses were buried, so it wasn't strange for it to be considered the same as the world of the dead.
ともかくイザナミは多くの神を生む過程で落命
Oh
し
my
シッ
goodness.
タモンダの果てにネノ君を支配
Flashbang.
する神となった。
Anyway, Izanami lost her life after birthing many gods, and after a lot of trouble ended up becoming the goddess in control of the Nenokuni.
ネの国
Nenokuni?
黄泉の別名よ。根の片す国とも言う。海の向こうにあるとも言うし、根の国に黄泉という場所があるとも言うけど、
Another name for Yomi, the underworld. There's also Nenokatasukuni. Some say it's somewhere beyond the sea, while others think that the Nenokuni is just a place within Yomi. Oh, thank God. My eyes burning. Maybe I was reading into this too deeply, but Nenokuni, country of the roots, gave me an image of the underground of a tree-covered mountain.
お待て待て、そりゃこじつけじゃねえのか。第一、狼を隠す必要なんてどこにある。
Wait. Sure that's not a stretch? What's the point of hiding the great god side of the Okami anyway?
それこそ大神神社と差別化を図ったのかもしれないし、神道に組み込むために難解にひねったのかもしれない。
Maybe they did it so there wouldn't be any confusion with the Omiwa shrine, or maybe they warped it to incorporate it into Shinto.
あるいは信仰を隠す必要があったとか。
Or maybe they needed to hide the faith.
信仰を隠すですか？
Hide the faith?
例えば、狼様を大っぴらに信仰できないような状況があって、その信仰を隠す必要があるとき。
They could have been in a situation where they couldn't worship the Okami-sama in public, so they had to hide it.
別の信仰の形をとって信仰を守る。例えば、江戸期のキリシタン禁止下におけるマリア観音とかね。
They might have protected the faith by making it change shape, like how during the Edo ban on Christianity, early Japanese Christians worshipped Maria Cannon instead.
それに、神様の一の使いが神様本人と混同されるもまたよくあるわ。
Also, it's not unusual for a god's main servant to be confused for the god himself.
衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や神話はよそからの拝借だけじゃなく、政治的な要因も強く影響して変遷していくの。
This might not sit well with some of you, but legends and myths can change not just through borrowing aspects from other legends and myths, but also through political events.
古代、神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは、神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。
There was a time when myths and government were closely tied, so myths had to change whenever the politics did.
集落の合体によって、それぞれが報じていた神様が結婚したり、戦争で併合された側の神様が古文や魔物に変えられたり。
If settlements merged, their gods would marry, while gods of places annexed through war would become the conquerors, gods, servants, or demons.
あるいは、かつて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。そうやって力関係の辻褄を合わせたわけ。
Or maybe they'd merge separate gods into one. The people shaped them according to the power balances of their day.
強力な神や悪魔ほど異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。忘れられた信仰がいくつもそこに融合されているの。
That's why powerful gods and devils have many other names, forms, and incarnations. There are remnants of long-forgotten faiths.
今日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。だから、多少の矛盾があるのは当然よ。
The legends and myths that have lived to this day survive through countless such changes. Of course, they would have contradictions.
だからもちろん真実はわからないけど、これで信内モーデの歌を読み解くとだいぶ意味が変わってきそう。
With that in mind, if you look at it from that perspective, the meaning of Prayer to Shinai changes a lot, though I don't know the truth, of course.
何しろ歌には狼とお守りの対立関係が書かれてない。
After all, the song doesn't mention anything about wolves or guardians being opposed to each other. That was true.
例えば狼イコール信内さんは未だに4ついや5つのお守りと友好的かつ絶対的な主従関係にあり。
Now, if Okami or Shinai-san was still on good servant-master terms with the 5 guardians,
怪しい読み人と人間に吹き込み加護を与えることで相争わせているとかかしら。
perhaps he gave the people the powers of the guardians and used the song to inspire them to fight Yumibito, in other words, among themselves. She went that far with this audience?
すみません。さすがにそこまでおっしゃられるとあまり愉快ではございません。
Apologies, but hearing that is not pleasant in the least.
そうよ。よう知りもせんと。
Exactly. Don't talk like you know more than us. Naturally, Rikaku-san and Tei-san had something to say about that.
ああ、これはすみません。僕らとしては、伝説や神話に信憑性があると思ってるから、こうしていろいろ伺ってるのです。
Oh, we are truly sorry. We are inquiring into these legends and myths because they seem credible.
でなきゃ、そもそもこんなことに参加してもいないし、外に出るだの、警察に訴えるだの、騒いでいるでしょう。
If they didn't, we wouldn't have participated in this, and instead insisted on leaving and calling the police.
私がその役してますね、今。
That's kind of what I'm doing right now.
芹沢さんは半信半疑ってところかな。実のところ今ここに完全に疑ってる人はいないと思いますよ。
I'd say you're half trustworthy, Serizawa-san. No one here is actually suspicious yet.
ただ、ムジナは伝説から抜け落ちかけていた。伝説も宴のルールも同じく口伝によって伝えられています。
But it just so happened that the badger was almost left out of the legend. Both the legend and the feast rules were transferred through word of mouth.
一番怖いのは、伝承に詳しい山脇さんや植松さんがご出念されていることが他にないかということですね。
We're simply afraid that you two, despite your extensive knowledge of the legends, happen to miss or forget something important.
そんなものないとは確かに断じがたいですが。
It is true that I cannot deny that possibility completely.
植松様。じゃが。
Uematsu-sama, but...
まあ、ただ話はそんなに難しくはないと思うんですよ。織部安永くんだったかな。
Well, at its core, it's more simple than it seems. Yasunaka Oribe-kun, was it?
あ、はい。
Oh, yes?
僕らはさっき、人は嘘をつかないという方針を打ち出したけども、
We agreed that humans wouldn't lie.
もし、人であるにもかかわらず、狼に組みするもの、つまり、ムジナが現れた場合、
But if there were a human that sided with the wolves, a badger basically,
その人はきっと、狼様のために嘘をつくか、あるいは暴れたりとかすると思うんだが、どう思うかな？
he or she would surely lie or do something drastic for the sake of the wolves, don't you agree?
そうですね。ムジナがどうとかがなくても、そのケースは危惧するべき。
That's true. Even if it has nothing to do with any badger, we should be wary of such a case.
でもそれは
But
嘘つきや暴れた奴はたとえ人でも狼の味方だから問答無用でくくればいいそういうこったろ
compulsive liars, an ally to the wolves, even if they're a human, will hang them on the spot, right? Yoshitsugu-kun, who'd been sitting in the at the corner of the room staring at the wall in boredom, suddenly spoke up. He wasn't wrong in the least, which was probably intended by Hashimoto-san.
どうやら本格的に後ろめたいことはしない方が良さそうですね。
It appears we'll have to avoid doing something we would regret.
それは確かですね。
That's true.
言われんでも、あたしたちは、これまで誠実に生きてきましたわいね。
You don't have to tell us. We all live honest lives.
親内様はいつも見ておられる。
Shinai-sama is watching over us, always.
いいですね。素朴で。人間性にまっすぐ訴えるような信仰だ。
I like that. It's a simplistic faith that brings out the best of humanity. With that, I finally understood something. Yudai Hashimoto was the same type of person as me. He controlled people through speech and manipulated their emotions through words to put himself in an advantageous position. The difference between us was that his conscience, presence, and persuasiveness were far above mine. And he was a human, an enemy to us wolves. Haru-chan was in a seat near Yasunaka-kun and Mochi, not saying a word. Pretending to pick something up from the counter, I crouched down and looked at Kori-san. With her back to everyone, she cut veggies, and though her expression wasn't as bad as before, it was still full of anguish and unease. Time passed by as everyone chatted, ate a larger dinner than ever before, chatted a bit more, then split up. The only notable thing was the moment when Mamiya-san tried to ask Kanto-san about the previous feast. Hashimoto-san stopped her, though. I noticed Haru-chan make a face, and a part of me was relieved by that. The previous feast took her parents, and it was the time she went into the mist and lived to tell the tale. It had been bad if she'd gone crazy again. Hashimoto-san seemed to have noticed that possibility, so she stopped Mamiya-san to prevent it. Was it really good to help him survive? A part of me actually believed that. Sure, without him, I'd been a human and survived the feast, but it didn't solve anything. Becoming a wolf and making an enemy out of him was just an unfortunate side effect that came with letting him live, and I just had to accept that. It's really ominous when there's like no music at all, and they're just like going on. Like they're just like just constant talking, and there's no music at all, just complete quiet, just me reading. Very, very scary. I guess, you know. After dinner, right when everyone was preparing to split up, Hashimoto-san whispered something to Takumi-san. Takumi-san's expression suddenly turned serious.
みんな、ちょっといいか?
Hey guys, listen up. Apparently Hashimoto-san had told him to say should say something. And Takumi-san did exactly that.
俺たちは誰もくくらなかった。
We didn't hang anyone today.
だから、この中に狼がいるとしても、今夜誰も殺さないことを俺は期待したい。
That's why, even if there are wolves among us, I want to believe they won't kill anyone tonight.
そうすれば明日もくくらないで済む。
If that happens, we won't have to hang anyone tomorrow either.
ありえん。
That ain't happening.
ああ、そうかもしれね
え。Maybe you're right.
そうなったら、この中の誰かには 明日の朝もう会えねえことになる。
But if it does happen, it means that one of us here will be gone for good.
これでお別れになる。
These will be your final moments together.
そのことは肝に銘じ
Here
て
we go, back to the
悔いのない
music.
よう言いたいことは言っておけよ。
Keep that in mind and tell everything you have to. You'll have less regrets that way. The bright mood suddenly changed. The mood turned heavy as everyone exchanged handshakes and gave their thanks to each other. Chiemi, Haruchan, even Yotsusuku-kun became teary-eyed as Kori-san said these words to her sons. If I'm gone tomorrow, live strong, you two. She was a wolf, but her words were so honest that they both listened without a word. The village heads here seemed lonely, giving Tei-san and Takumi-san fuel for doubt, while Mochi talked to the old wolf guy. It was a moment when their relationships became very clear.
おじいちゃん、
Oji-chan. One particularly impactful moment was when Haruchan approached her lonely-looking grandfather. Her eyes were still red from her goodbyes to Yasunaka-kun and Mochi.
おじいちゃん、もし私が明日起きてこなかったら、
Oji-chan, if I don't wake up tomorrow,
そんなことは起きん。
ain't happening. For a moment it looked like he knew what she was, but then,
嘘。狼は必ず殺すって言ってたじゃん。
no way. You yourself said that the wolves will kill.
おじいちゃんは春にだけ嘘をつく。
Are you trying to
優
be
しくしてるつもり？
Are you trying to be nice to me by lying to me alone? Kanso-san didn't know how to respond. A rarity for him.
そういうのいいから聞いて。
I don't need that, so just listen.
私が死んだら、
If I die,
私が死んでもお酒とか飲みすぎない。
oh no. Try not to drink too much, even if I'm not here. Haru. Kanso-san slowly extended his hand to her, but it was too late. Haru-chan had already turned around. A grandfather and a granddaughter, both awkward beyond belief. After watching their exchange, I was actually relieved that Haru-chan didn't say anything she shouldn't have, which made me question my own humanity again. Yasunaka-kun must have been in a similar state of mind the first time. Feeling sympathy for the first wolf I'd encountered, I gave Chiemi, who'd approached me to give her goodbyes to me, some half-hearted nice words. I'd done the same for Rikaku-san, who'd finished the exchange with a silent but resolute farewell.
昼間のことは許してあげるから。
I'll forgive you for what happened during the day.
もし明日会えなくてもわだかまりはなしかい？
Don't want to leave any regrets floating around if we don't meet tomorrow, huh?
うん。
Yeah. That was that with Haru-chan. The disgrace on my name was cleared, and she now neither disliked me nor liked me. Oh my god. Neither disliked
時
nor
間
liked
取
me.
らせてすまねえな。それじゃあみんなおやすみ。
Sorry for taking your time. Good night, people. Takumi-san nonchalantly concluded the event. Everyone silently began leaving the dining hall.
うさいしさんも戻ってください。
I hope you come back too, Fushigi-san. We were done with the after-dinner cleanup, so I had no reason to stay behind. I didn't sense anyone in the mist, but that was because I just couldn't, not because there was no one there. Everyone was probably using this as a chance to have the secret talks they couldn't, or just silently listening for those. It was probably a good idea to thank him. I'm guessing Hashimoto-san, huh? I heard someone's voices near the stairs to the dorm. Mamiya-san was talking to Hashimoto-san right where she died last time.
どのくらい本気です？
How serious are they?
少なくとも僕ら以外は皆本気だと思う。ということは怪しまれたら殺されるわけだ。
Completely, I would say. Completely, I would... Oh my god, I can't read. Completely, I would say. That means we'll be killed if we act
ジ
suspicious.
ャーナリストならみんな知ってる。この世で一番怖いのは人間だよ。
Like every journalist knows, the scariest things in the world are humans.
ええ、オカルト絡みでも本当に人が死んだ証拠があるのは人が殺した場合だけですからね。
Yes, even in occult matters, when someone dies, there's proof. It's always done by humans.
すみません。
Excuse me? I considered eavesdropping, but it'd have been bad if they noticed, so I called out.
ふさしくびっくりした。
Fusheishi-kun, you scared me.
すみません。橋本さん、昼の時はありがとうございます。
Hashimoto, oh, I'm sorry, Hashimoto-san, thank you for what you did today.
何かやったかな。
I did something?
あのままだと、なし崩し的に僕が殺されていたかもしれませんから。
If things continued like they did, I would have been killed.
ああ、ははは。まあ、君が殺されたら、次は僕らってことになりそうだったしね。
It's adorable, the way he talks. Oh, well, if that happened, we would have surely been next.
確かに。でも本当、助かりました。
That's true, but really, thank you.
いやいや、君には霧が出るところをちょうど助けてもらった恩もあるし、なんならこれでチャラにしようじゃないか。
No need for that. You helped us when the mist came, so let's consider it even.
わかりました。しかし、本当に夜出歩いたらまずいのでしょうか。夜の間に抜け出すとかは。
Okay, but is it really bad to walk around at night? It seems like a good time to escape.
さっき私が言ったわ。
I suggested that too.
やめておいた方がいいね。こんなノームは僕も経験したことがない。夜の山じゃ遭難しかねない。低い山でも危険だ。
I don't think it's a good idea. I've never seen a mist so dense. You'd get lost if you went to the mountain at night. It might be small, but it's still dangerous.
それに村の皆さんがそれを絶対的な禁忌と感じている以上、霧よりも彼らの方が危険かもしれない。
Also, the residents here consider that a taboo, and they're probably the bigger danger.
彼らが襲ってくると。
You think they'd attack us?
いやいや、そんなことはないと思うよ。
Oh, no, I don't think so.
ただ、信じる心というのは、幻を見せることも多々ある。信じる人に囲まれれば、僕らもやがて、その中に入ってしまう。
It's just that belief can sometimes make people see illusions. If we're surrounded by those who believe, we'll eventually join their ranks.
そんな中では、努めて別のことを考えて、気を紛らわせるのが最上っていうのが、僕の経験則でね。
From my experience, the best thing to do in these situations is to distract yourself by trying to think about something else. Those were some meaningful words.
橋本さんは伝説云々を信じてはいないんですね。
You don't believe in any legends, do you?
信じる信じないは考えていないよ。それは身の安全が確保されてから専門家が考える。ね、Qちゃん。
I don't think about whether I believe or not. That's something for the specialists to think about once they've assured their safety. Right, Kyo-chan?
どうでしょうね。記事にできそうな気はしないですけど。
I don't know. I'm not sure if I can make an article out of this.
僕はただ穏やかにここから離れられればそれに越したことはないんだ。
Personally, I just want to leave this place in peace.
なるほど。 そうなるといいですね。
I see. I hope that happens. That was the end. I bid them good night and went my own way. I hadn't met anyone else on my way back to the prefab. So prefab is the one area near the entrance to the village that I was talking about, where it's like a construction site building, which is where we're staying in this one. I thought we died. I think we actually did die, and then we were able to go back and start over again, basically, right? So this is, I guess we found a way to not die in the prefab. Yoshizuku-kun didn't invite me to go out at night, and neither Chiemi nor Rikako-san visited me to have a talk. They were probably satisfied with the goodbyes in the dining hall. Everyone used to struggle at this time because they hadn't felt like they'd done everything they had to. This time was different, though. Everyone was calmly waiting for the wolves to strike, fully ready for it. The humans were in the perfect mental state. There's nothing for them to worry about. And it was all because of Hashimoto-san. Then there was the exchange just now.
Ah, ha ha ha. まあ、君が殺されたら、次は僕らってことになり
Yeah,
そう
that
だ
was a
し
strange thing
ね。
to say. Oh, haha, well, if that happened, we would have surely been next. To me, that sounded like I didn't do it for your sake.
いやいや、君には霧が出るところをちょうど助けてもらった恩もあるし、
No need for
な
that.
んならこれでチャラにしようじゃないか。
No need for that. You helped us when the mist came, so let's consider it even. And that was like, you sure helped us at a strange time, huh? He seemed reasonably suspicious of me. Was I just overthinking it? No, that would be overly optimistic. It was clear to me that he'd made it past the first day better than anyone so far, even myself. If he was that talented, he must have already analyzed the situation and noticed that something was strange. They happened to have their tires burst, then be given rooms, and gotten caught up in the feast. It was clearly orchestrated, and I was the only one who stood out as a suspect. I'd been chosen by a village head to join them in their van and actively gave them a place to sleep. The situation was made even worse by the fact that they were right and that I was a wolf. Since I couldn't mention the looping, I couldn't really say that I was their savior. Not only that, but he was the monkey. The monkey. He secured a good role and relationship with the others, and had surprisingly keen eye and mind. He'd have been an extremely reliable ally. I'd really appreciated it when he presented the idea that we shouldn't hang anyone today. After all, at that moment, just like Kanzo-san, I'd thought that not hanging anyone was foolish. Thus, I'd thought that he was foolish too. But now, because of his idea, everyone became somewhat ready to accept someone's death. And to unify to defeat the wolves responsible. He'd also succeeded in preventing the lynching way smoother than I could. I could only create a stalemate, while he actually talked the people into voting for or against hanging. Kanzo-san didn't want to look like he broke, so he hadn't changed his opinion, but he was still pretty accepting of the idea not to hang anyone. Hashimoto-san did it with great finesse, and it was something I couldn't do. We'd eventually find out if it was a good thing or not, or rather, they'd decide based on what we wolves did today. However, I'd already felt like I was falling behind him. Would I really have to defeat him? There was Mamiya-san too. She was way more stable and smart than last time. The way she'd pointed out that Shinai was probably Okami or Great God showed that she would be extremely useful in finding out the truth. She'd also noticed and mentioned the badger without my help. She'd probably noticed it last time too, but hadn't mentioned it because she was a wolf. This time, with Hashimoto-san's suggestion, they decided that they would hang all liars, regardless if they were wolves or the badger. That was a smart move. It kept the humans from lying just for the sake of it, and counted the badger whether it existed or not. They were a pretty balanced pair. Mamiya-san was blunt and straightforward, while Hashimoto-san gently reproved her and provided only the best solutions. They were a much better team than I expected, and the fact that they were enemies was pretty bad for us. As a wolf, I had to consider the other humans too, especially the Oribe brothers. After all, their mother, the demon who tried to kill everyone and swallowed her last words for their sake, was a wolf this time. If I didn't go about this the right way, I would be the one to die. Haru-chan probably wouldn't want to kill Yasunaka-kun or Mochi either. Kanzo-san was her family too, but I wasn't sure about their relationship. Still, I didn't think she'd want to kill him. And finally, could I really kill Chiemi and Rikako-san? Though it was all made void by the looping, they liked me and I liked them. Would I really whisper sweet nothings to them during the day, only to kill them at night? I didn't want to do that. Oh, but I would. That thought was the last before my consciousness faded. Huh? Huh? I jumped up, throwing the blanket to the side. Why was I asleep? Didn't I have something to do as a wolf? I could feel myself turn pale as I realized I just made a huge mistake. But the next moment, I noticed something that terrified me in a whole different way. There was something next to my legs. Unable to understand what was what, I let fear take control and pathetically backed away. Nothing was happening. I reached into my bag and took a flashlight I got from the convenience store and turned it on. What the hell was all this? It looked like the parts of a costume. Particularly the kind used in action hero shows. No, that didn't seem right either. It was like some traditional ritual clothing. Bracers, tappy, straw sori, a faded kimono, and a hakama. All of it smelled awful, like half-dried laundry being boiled. Welcome, Ratty. No, so it's not broken. I actually fixed it, and I can actually hold on. For a moment, I'll turn it on so you can do it. But basically, I have it turned off because I'm this is like a visual novel. I feel like sat here reading a visual novel and then people doing sounds might be a bit annoying. But you can do your 400 now if you'd like, and I can actually hear it now as well. It's actually working. Oh yeah, there you go. So far, people have found 2 sounds of the 12 that I've put in. You did not. What do you mean you did not hear it? You should definitely hear it. It's on. Definitely on. Because if I can hear it, then you can. It played again. You can definitely hear it, right? You're lying. I can see it. I can see the sound on my OBS is going up. You're lying to me. You're pulling my leg. It's the sound thing on my OBS is going up. It's telling me it's playing a sound. You're lying to me. I don't think it would show up in the VOD, but wait, I'll check anyway though. I have to listen to myself. Wait. Oh, hold on. Sound on my... I have to hear myself. Ugh. You can No, I know I can't hear it on that, but I definitely know you can hear it. I can see it. It's not broken. You're lying to me, Ratty. You are such a liar. I can't believe you would lie to me like this. There's no way you're not lying. You are lying so much to me. See, you heard it that time again. There, you are, dude. There's definitely something, Ratty. You are such a. No, you're gaslighting me. This is unbelievable. I can't believe you're doing this. Okay, someone else in chat, tell me if there's a sound. Ratty is lying to me. I don't trust Ratty. If someone else says there's no sound, I will trust it, but I do not trust Ratty. I trust anyone else but Ratty. Because I can see it on my thing. My OBS is telling me it's playing a sound. You're lying to me so much. Can't believe you would do this to me. Oh, holy shit. Did you... Okay, Rear, did you hear that? Did you hear the sound? If you say... Okay. So then I trust you, Rear. I do not trust Ratty. Wait, try again now. I don't know how this freaking thing works. Did you hear that time? You guys are hearing it now. Okay, wonderful. Okay. So now the sound is there. You've now found the third sound, that 420 as suggested by Ember. So if anyone wants to blame anyone for that one, you can blame Ember. That was her idea. I had it set to monitor mute output, which apparently was wrong. Apparently I had to put it to monitor and output. So yeah. There are a bunch of I'm gonna add more sounds. So the numbers 500. The numbers people are playing right now are likely gonna be might have sounds later on. Someone put 500. 500. 500 cigarettes. 500. 500 cigarettes. That's a good. We're up to 4 sounds now. There are some that people are never gonna guess. But I think that's sort of the point. I have hidden them pretty well. Some of them are hidden pretty well. Some of them, the thing with the numbers are that all of them are gonna be, they're gonna be associated with something. So the numbers aren't random. I'm not like, the numbers aren't being put on random things. There's a reason why they're on that number. And there are definitely going to be a lot more numbers eventually. So you want to, the numbers will be associated with something.
Nice.
Yeah, there will be one for 1337. There'll be one for like all of the big ones. I just like right now they're only there isn't even one on 666, I don't think. But there are gonna be like on all those, obvious numbers. There's 400. 400 is the only reason why 400 is on that is because that was the first one I picked. There was like debug number basically. Thank you, Raddy. Thank you very much. I'm gonna play one final one myself.
500.
500. That one is really good. I had that idea because of Shu. Shu really likes that sound, and she was like, it's like, I don't know, it's just such a funny sound. The 500. But yeah, what I'm gonna be doing in the future is I'm gonna the redeem will be toggled on or off depending on whether I want it on or off. So instead of it just being like it is now, you will know when you can use it or not. But I'm gonna mute it again now, just so people know. One last 500.
500.
500 cigarettes. All right. Mute. It's been muted. But yeah, there's like 14 sounds. I think I said 5 sounds have been found so far. And I'm gonna keep adding. I'm gonna add so many sounds. I'm probably also gonna change the way add image to screen works, so I don't have to do anything, and it just adds the images to screens automatically. I think that would be really cool if I could do that. Well, I say if I could do that. I can do that, but it would be really cool if I did that. Alright. There was something that stood out more than the rest. It was a kimono underskirt with some blurry sutra-like text on it. There was another piece of cloth with similar text on it, and it was connected to something weird. Oh, was this a mask? What is he saying? A noble gifte we giveth you. What? What is he saying? Hold on. I accidentally closed my chat, so I can't see anything. Alright, there we go. Ye shall wear in this and cleanse yourself. Why is he speaking like this? Right, that thing had told us to wear this. We were supposed to put this on and cleanse ourselves? The bad smell made me really apprehensive. Didn't they have the order wrong? Didn't cleansing come before putting on some sacred clothing? I've been eyeing this game for some time. Has it been? Yeah, it's complete visual novel. There's no gameplay at all. Complete visual novel. It's not like you know, what's it called? Zero Time Escape, where, or like, you know, Zero Escape. It's not like that at all, where there's puzzles or anything. There's nothing like that at all. It's all visual novel, where basically there's not even that many like decisions. Basically, most of it is just like railroaded. Like, for example, let's take a random decision here. You can see the decisions here, right? So it's all railroaded. So you pick one of 3 decisions, and then it'll just lead you to the next one. You pick one of 2 decisions, leads you to the next one, 3 decisions, and then basically you go back and you pick. You like move through these like timelines basically. So in that sense, it's sort of like Zero Escape, but there's no gameplay at all. It's all just visual novel reading. At least not unless there's like gameplay later on, which I doubt. But so far there's no gameplay at all. I know about Notia. It's on my wish list. I want to play it at some point. But this has taken up a lot of my time already. I think let me double check again. I mentioned it at the start. I'm on nearly 35 hours of this game so far. So there's a lot of gameplay for this game. I feel like I'm probably like halfway through now or something. And the story is actually really, really good. I can highly recommend it if you are okay with I guess a book more than gameplay. But in the sense of like gameplay, it's not anything like Your Turn to Die or I guess Danganronpa has the gameplay and sense of like, you know, the trials, and Zero Escape. Oh, it's nothing like that. There's no gameplay at all. It's complete visual novel. Yeah, I've heard it's really good. I want to play Noshia as well. That reminded me that I hadn't cleansed myself before sleeping. Wasn't that bad? Remembering the situation, I checked the time again. The thing with this game, however, which I guess it sort of similar to, you know, all the other games similar to this, is that it's constant twists and turns, and there's a lot of things. Originally, I had to ride like Originally, I did ride like a notepad thing that I would show on my thoughts of like who was what and what was going on and stuff. But I had to stop that because there was too much that I would want to write down, and then I'd have to remember when to write stuff. It was so much going on, so I just opted to, you know, I just speak out my guesses when they happen. The phone I charged with a battery showed that it was 10 o'clock. Great Lord Shinai had momentarily put me to sleep to bring this thing here. What if I hadn't woken up? Man, were they treading a fine line here? That aside, I was basically being told to put this on and go outside. I gathered my resolve. What the hell? Wait a minute. This looks awfully lot like, do I have the... Oh, I can't see the CG from here. I have to save and then go back. I'll do that because I wanna see the thing again. This looks an awful lot like this person. Huh. Interesting. We'll see if that's important in any way. Was this good enough? Though the lighting here was poor, there were fewer pieces than I thought, so I could put it on without much trouble. It was unexpectedly well designed, and from what I could tell, it was hand-sewn. The mane, did wolves even have those? Seemed to be made of rice straw. It didn't seem cheap at all, and though I couldn't be sure, it seemed to be designed to look divinely imposing. The mask seemed to have a wooden carving with insane amounts of detail put into it. A true masterpiece. By the time I put it on, I didn't care much about the smell. It wasn't hard to move in it or anything. The inscribed cloth on the bottom was connected to the belt. I put it on like it was a traditional grass skirt, and it wasn't a big hindrance for running or anything else. The cloth connected to the mask hid the face like some kind of stagehand's clothing, and I could only see ahead through the gaps between them. The wolf-like mask itself was simply resting on my forehead. As I put it all on, I found a bucket and a ladle among the items. It was full of water, and I knew I had to cleanse myself with this. I was a bit apprehensive about this, but I took some water and I poured it on my head. It jumped off the rice straw, making my shoulders wet or spreading across the area. Was I doing it right? I was still worried, but just putting it on was meaningless, so I put my hand on the door and sensed something bad outside. It wasn't anything vague like bloodlust or evil mojo. It was sounds I could actually hear. I heard grass being parted. I heard the sounds of something walking through the sand. Shallow breathing, low growls, distant roars full of malice. It reminded me of the time I was locked in the outhouse and I sensed something bestial outside. It was exactly the same as last time. There was something outside. Lots of them, in fact. Last time I'd only survived because I held the door shut when something was about to open it. And I had to go outside this time? I'd be okay just because I was wearing this? No way. It seemed like a sick joke. Oh, but I really wanted to see it. What a familiar sensation. Just then, the doorknob clattered.
妻子 さん起きてるの？
Shaishi-san, are you awake? I still heard beasts outside, but the voices clearly belonged to a girl, Haru Makishima.
ハルちゃん
Haru-chan.
気安く呼ばないでくださいよ。
Don't call me that.
安全なの
Is it safe?
ちゃんと露面つけてみそぎしてれば。
If you wear the mask and cleanse? Was she telling the truth? Was it really her outside? Even if it was some sort of illusion, if I didn't open, my presence in this flow of events would be pointless. I fired myself up and unlocked the door. Whoa. The moment I opened the door, I saw a short wolf that scared me like hell. I like how they just reuse the acid of the wolf and it's just the same wolf.
うるさいな。
You're too loud.
ハルちゃんで間違いない
Are you really Haru-chan?
そうですよ。ほら。
Yeah, look. She moved the cloth covering her face and sure enough it was Haru-chan. She was clad in a wolf outfit and had the bucket and ladle in her
あな
hands.
たもそれ持たなきゃ。
You need to take yours too.
これ持ち運ぶの
We're bringing these.
うん。常に巻かないと。
Yeah, we need to spread water as we go. She took some from her bucket and spread it behind her. That action was followed by squealing sounds. I felt something squirm and run off.
何がいるの
What is that?
汚れの運び手。
The bringers of the corruption. She spread some more water. This time on me.
冷た何すんの
But it's cold. What are you doing? She repeated a couple times, with great intensity to boot.
何って全然みそぎしてないじゃないですか。
It's because you haven't cleansed yourself at all.
そんなに全身びしょびしょにならないとまずいの
I was supposed to be completely drenched? As if she felt that explaining it was pointless, she just touched the cloth near her waist. Sure enough, it was completely wet.
まず聞いていいかな
Can I ask something?
何？
What?
それが正しいやり方だとしてなぜそれを知ってる
Assuming that's how you're supposed to do it, how did you know that?
なぜかな。わかる。
I'm not sure why, but I just know.
何か隠してない
Are you hiding something?
隠してないですよ。
I'm not.
同じ狼なら隠し事は
We're both wolves. You shouldn't hide
何
anything.
が不安なの？
What are you worried about? Those words shut me up.
まあ気持ちはわかるけど、私はもう落ち着いたから、あなたもすぐ慣れるよ。
Well, I get how you feel.
思いますよ。
Well, I get how you feel. I've calmed down already, so you'll soon be used to this too, I think.
わかった
Alright. I wasn't satisfied, but I backed down anyway.
ところでデスマス言葉慣れてないなら普通でいいよ
By the way, if you're not used to talking polite, you don't have to.
慣れ慣れしくしないでください。
Please don't
行
act.
きましょう。
Please don't
香
act.
織さん待ってるし。
Please don't act like we're close. Let's go. Koru-san is waiting. Yeah, the chasm between us was wide. Or maybe Chiemi and Rikaku-san were just too easy. Apparently Haru-chan had walked through the mist without any light. I took out my small flashlight.
何それ？かっこいい。
What's that? It's so cool. And was met with a weird reaction.
あげるよ一応2つあるし
You can have it. I have another one. I prepared them in case I ended up running away with someone at night. I sure as hell hadn't expected to be a wolf though.
嘘。いいの？
Whoa, really?
うん暗いと危ないちなみにどうやって来たの
Yeah, it's dangerous in the dark. How'd you get to me anyway?
安水の道なんて覚えてるし。
I know Yasumitsu's paths by heart. Made sense. It's dangerous regardless though, so I just gave her one and showed her how to use it.
ただみんなにバレないようにね夜出歩いてるなんてバレたら大変だ
Just make sure no one knows about it. It'd be really bad for us if they found out we walk around at night.
そうですね。わかった。
That's true. Alright. She spread some water again, put the ladle back and took the flashlight.
代わりに時々撒いてください。
You spread the water now. She led me through the dark path. I could barely see anything, but I did sense something bestial in the darkness. It was clearly hostile towards us, and several of them were surrounding us from a distance. However, they didn't come any closer. They also backed away if I spread some water. The flashlight could barely make it through the mist, so it didn't help to see anything in the distance. It was pretty useless, to be honest, but Haruchan seemed to like it. She also swung it around like a sword, or rather, a lightsaber. What were these bringers of the corruption anyway? Actual Japanese wolves, perhaps? Every now and then I saw eyes light up in the mist. Besides that, I also heard growls and the sounds of something stepping in the sand. Dogs, right? That had to be it. Yasumitsu was completely full of dogs right now. That expression made it seem adorable. But, seriously? No way. If my assumption was right, this situation was way scarier than some simple supernatural phenomenon. I continued spreading water, too much of it, all the way there. Fusashi-san. A wolf of the same stature as Kaori-san stood up from the chair in the dining hall. It was very surreal.
不妻子です。香織さんですよね。
Yes, I'm Fusashi. You are Kaori-san, right? They all just stood in the same position.
ええ、ちょっと心配したわ。
Yes, I was a bit worried.
もう着替えてて出るところだったみたい。
By the time I came, he'd already changed and was about to leave.
差し支えなかった？
You didn't have any problems?
ええ、なんとか。香織さんも段取りはご承知だったのですか？
Not really. Did you also know how all this works?
ええ、どうしてか分かっていたわ。
Yes, I have no idea why, but I just knew it.
不思議だけど、あの時、新内様にそう伺ってから。
It's strange, but it probably had something to do with what Shinai-sama said.
あれ、3人いましたよね。新内様って3人いるんですか？
There were 3 of him, right? Is it supposed to be like that?
それはよくわからないけれど。
I don't know.
昼、記者の人が言ってたでしょ？新内様は狼様だって。だから3人いたんじゃないんですか？
The journalist said that Shinai-sama was Okami-sama. Maybe that's why we have 3 of them.
私らは狼様から直接加護を授かったってこと。
That means that there are guardians, one for each of us.
それで君らは納得するんだ。
That's good enough for you?
だって見たじゃないですか。
I mean, you saw them, right? Right. That strange experience did actually seem supernatural. People tended to accept anything they could see.
では、行きましょうか。
Shall we go?
え、どこにです？
Huh? Where?
殺しに。
To kill. Wait, what?
香織さん、誰殺すか決めないと。
We have to decide who to kill first.
ああ、そうだったわ。つい気が流行っちゃって。
Oh, that's true. I'm in a bit of a rush. I guess I'm in a bit of a
今日
rush.
の宴の感じ見たら、やっぱおじいちゃんじゃないかな。
Looking at today's feast, Uchi-chan is probably the best choice.
匠さんも危ないと思うわ。
I think Takumi-san is pretty dangerous too.
待ってください。2人とも本気ですか？
Wait, are you two serious?
何が？
About what?
肉親を殺すんだぞ。あんた、息子のことが惜しくないのか？
You'll have to kill your family. Aren't your sons important to you? She twitched and tilted in an unnatural way. Oh my goodness.
知ってるわ。知ってますとも。
I know that.
欲しくないわけがないでしょ。でも仕方ないじゃない。新内様の言う通りにしなきゃ。
Of course they're important to me. I have no choice. I must do as Shinai-sama says.
香織さん。
Kaori-san.
君もだ、ハルちゃん。安永君やモッチーのことを殺していいのか？
You too, Haru-chan. Do you really want to kill Yasunaka-kun and Mochi?
それは嫌だけど。
Well, I don't, but...
じゃあどうすればいいのよ。3人で逃げ出すとでも？
What else can we do though? Run away from here? That really wasn't the way to go. We'd get lost or killed by the monsters. The mist would just send us back to square one. All I could do here was pick one or the other. Interesting. Kill or kill no one. So preferably, if we were to follow what the players ask for, or I think I'm gonna have to pick both of them because I feel like the last option is gonna require me to go through both of these to figure out what the ending is. Let's start by going with Massacre.
僕らは狼だ。狼は読み人を皆殺しにしなきゃならない。
We're wolves. Wolves must kill the Yomibito.
結局そうでしょ。
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
僕はいい。あなたたちはそれでいいんだろうな。
I'm fine with it. I'm just wondering if you are.
自分の大事なものが手にかかる瞬間、背中から刺したりは本当にしないんだろうな。
You're not gonna stab me in the back if I'm about to kill someone important to you, are you?
僕はあなた方の神内明神に対する信心を疑っていません。
I don't question your faith in Great Lord Shinai.
しかし、神の一声で一切の人間性を失えるほど人でなしじゃないとも思ってる。
But I don't think you're inhuman enough to throw away your humanity just because God told you to.
もう一度問います。本当に殺しますが、いいんですね。
I'll ask again. We're killing them for real. Are you sure you want to do this?
わかった。いいですよ。
Alright, I'm fine. She went and said it.
では、香織さんは
What about you?
わかったわ。
Alright.
じゃあ。
Then my words were cut off, and so was my breathing. What?
私たちは
We have to kill
自分
ourselves.
たちで自分たちを殺すべきだったんだわ。
An intense heat or cold in my back.
そうすれば読みより落ちてあの子たちとまた会える。
Then we would rise from Yomi and I'd get to see them again. When the sensation was pulled out of my body, I began to feel my life leave me.
そうすれば母として
Then
あの子たちを手にかけずに済む。
and I won't have to hurt my sons. I understood that she was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I didn't expect it to be so bad that she'd resort to such drastic measures. 500. I collapsed forward.
はるちゃん。
Now, Haru-chan,
じっとしていてね。
hold still. Traitor! That was the last thing I heard as I choked on my own blood and breathed my last. Had I chosen the wrong way to go about it? How could I have convinced her? My questions faded with my consciousness. Yes, I kind of knew that was an ending. Hariti. So the other one, I'm going to die as well, and that's also going to be an ending, and then it's going to ask me to pick the third option, which is going to be the right one. Game over. Bad ending number 20. Yes. So hint corners are these. They're not really hint corners. It's kind of weird that they've called it that. They should have called it like, I don't know, after credit scene or something. I don't know what they could have called it, but it's sort of more like an after credit scene where there's like this person. You'll see. Actually, we'll just go yes, and you'll see what it is.
やっちまったな大将。しかしここも割と理不尽系だ。
Done it now, eh, Chief? But this was a really unreasonable
気に
one.
病むことはねえので、チャキチャキヒントを受け取ってくれ。
You don't have to fret over it, so I'll give you your hint.
今回のバッドエンド20、題して
Bad
独
ending.
断即決ママにやられて即死についてだが、
Bad ending 20. Swift maternal death.
シナリオチャートを見ての通り、今回手に入ったキー17だけだと鍵を開けるのはまだ無理なんだ。
As you can see on the scenario chart, key 17 still isn't enough to open the lock.
まあ、これまで何度かあったパターンだな。 通り一遍の解決策を試さなきゃ思いつかねえような策が必要なのさ。
Well, you've seen this kind of thing before multiple times by now. You gotta try all the solutions available to you before you can come up with a new solution.
キーを探すにしろ使うにしろ、戻り先は6暗黒の善か無か選べになる。
Whether you're looking for a key,
乾かず飢えず無を選んでくれよな。
whether you're looking for a key or to use it, return to 6 darkness Q all or nothing. Choose nothing over hunger and thirst. Okay, that was a pretty boring hint corner. I killed no one.
殺人なんてすべきじゃない。殺すのはやめないか。
We shouldn't kill. Can we just not do this? The rule was 1 kill per night, just like with humans. That was a limit. Basically, we couldn't kill 2 or more. There's no rule about not killing at all. Thankfully, we had the perfect situation for that.
香織さん、しっかりするんだ。これは信託でも何でもない。何かひどく悪質な陰謀です。
Get a grip, Kaori-san. This isn't something divine. It's just a terrible conspiracy.
それに従えばあなたは絶対に後悔する。あなたの体がそれを証明してしまっているでしょう。
You'll regret listening to it. Your body proves it.
だが
Buddy?
そんなに震えてまともに喋れなくなってまで神内明神の眷属という役割にこだわる必要はないんです。
You're shaking and can barely talk. If it's so hard for you, you don't have to force yourself to be Shinai's servant.
幸い、匠さんはこちらが殺さない限り向こうも殺さないという体制を作ってくれています。
Thankfully, Takumi-san created a situation where they won't kill anyone if we don't kill first.
僕らが殺さなければ殺し合いは起こらない。
No one will have to kill anyone if we don't start it.
本当に本当なの？
Really? Is that true?
ええ。互いに手を出さない限りは、その間に解決策を探れるはずです。
Is Haruchan gonna kill us both now? Yes, and as long as neither side harms the other, we can find a solution to
も
this.
ちろん、この状況で正体を明かさずに信頼関係を維持するのは並大抵のことじゃない。
Of course, it's hard to maintain mutual trust in this situation.
でも、息子を殺すよりは、あなたはきっと前向きに望めるんじゃないですか。
But isn't this much better for you than killing your own sons?
それはそうよ。もちろんだわ。
That's... You're right. Of course. I did it. Yasumitsu's laws weren't absolute. I just proved it. Or so I thought. I felt a light impact on my side, and when blood started pouring out, I thought I was living out some sick joke. A moment later, my consciousness quickly began to fade, making me once again realize that death could come out of nowhere. As I collapsed on my back, my eyes met those of a smallish wolf, Haruchan. Even through the cloth, I could tell that they were cold, stern, and full of disgust and hatred for powerless vermin.
やっぱりよそ者はダメだわ。
I shouldn't have expected anything from an outsider. The words were even colder than the encroaching shadow of death.
山の掟は絶対だというのに。
The mountain's laws are absolute. In her hand she had a bloody grass sickle.
香織さんは分かってるよね。
You know that, don't you, Kaori-san? My vision soon faded completely.
兄ちゃんもよし君も私たちが楽にしてあげないといけない。
We must put Nichan and Yoshikun out of their misery. At first, I'd felt the taste of blood fill my mouth, but even that was gone now.
それが私らの使命だって。
That's our mission. I couldn't feel warmth or cold anymore.
いやよ。そんなの。
No, I won't.
じゃあいい。死ね。
Alright, then die. I stopped hearing whatever they were up to, and as my consciousness faded, I realized that I'd failed. Man. The wolves this time were just awful. And that's our second key. Rational Purge. Right, let's get the hint corner here as well. I'm just going to go through the first bit quicker, because I feel like the first bit is probably the same, this bit here. Right. Cold death from cold-hearted Haru.
今回手に入ったキー18だけじゃ鍵はまだ開いこれまで何度かあったパターン同様無茶な解決策を通すためにはまともな話キーを探すにしろ使うにしろ
Oh, that was just all the same.
戻り先はずーっと
Okay,
これ
these two were kind of boring hint corners.
次も元気に死んでこい
Trick them is the third option. If I insisted on killing, the mother snapped. If I insisted on not killing, it was the girl. That experience made it impossible for me to choose either. The locals could have at least had the decency to harbor the same kind of madness. If I continue this with little tricks, it'll lead to problems in the future. And I also wanted to find a scenario in which I didn't die. Thus, I decided to spend this timeline fulfilling the role of the wolf. Also, it seemed easier to create a full fanatic out of a doubter than to correct an unwavering zealot. I have to make Koro-san kill her sons. For that, I needed a good story.
信じてもらえるかどうかわからないですが。
I'm not sure if you will believe me. She needed a story that could match the absurd legends.
僕はね、この村を救いに来たんです。
But I actually came here to save the village. It had to be like entertainment and seem like fiction. Like something Rikako-san would like. Excuse me?
救いに来た?
To save us? They lended an ear to me. I had it in the bag now.
信じられないかもしれませんが、僕にはなんというか普通の人には見えないものが少しだけ見えるんです。
You might not believe this, but I can see things most people can't.
そのせいでいろいろ面倒もありましたけどね。今はこの力を使って面倒ごとの解決を請け負う仕事をしてるんです。
This power gave me some trouble, but now I use it to solve certain problems.
じゃあ、世を儚んだって話は。
Then what was that about giving up on life?
嘘です。若者が死のうとしてるって話は田舎では受けるんですよ。潜入調査が必要なことが多いんでね。
A lie. A young man seeking death is shown sympathy in rural areas. I often need to blend in my jobs.
今回は上富士吉のとある方の依頼でここに来たんですけどね。
This time, I came on the request of someone from Kamifujiyoshi.
誰よ? 長者?
Who? A village head?
ええ。誰か詳しくは言いませんけどね。安水という場所に昔から怪奇現象があるから調査してくれと。
Yes, I can't say who though. I was told to investigate the supernatural phenomena in Yasumitsu.
そこで潜入してみたら、案の定、誰も彼もが人ならぬものになり果てていた。
I infiltrated Yasumitsu and, sure enough, everyone is barely human. Kori-san gasped.
彼らにはその自覚はない。この安水という場所は、あの世との境界が曖昧だから、あなたたちも彼らもそれに気づかない。
None of them know it. The boundary between Yasumitsu and the afterlife is indistinct, so neither you nor they realize it.
だけど、一度霧が出たらもうおしまいだ。偽の平和は終わり、黄泉に落ちた人たちと争わなければならなくなった。
But now that the mist is here, the false peace is over, and now we must fight those who fell to Yomi.
それが山の神、神内明神の望み。僕らが昨晩まみえた人心老面の神の望みのようですね。
That's what the mountain god, Great Lord Shinai, desires. Last night we saw what the wolf-faced god wants.
どうしてそんなことに。
Why is this happening? The truth was less important than the ties to the real story.
元より安水はそういう場所だ。ここの食べ物を食べていれば、いずれ身も心も黄泉のものになる。
That's the kind of place Yasumitsu is. Anyone who eats the local food eventually becomes part of Yomi in both mind and body.
神内明神のかつてのお守りもそうなった。かの神は霧が立つたび蘇ってくる彼らを撃退せねばならない。
That's what happened to Great Lord Shinai's guardians too. They resurrect whenever the mist comes, and this god must defeat them every time.
それならなんでこんな回りくどいことを？
Why is he being so indirect about it?
かの神がひどく弱くなっているから。
Because he's weak right now. That surprised them both.
神内様が弱い。
ええ。
Shinai-sama is weak?
何しろ落ちたお守りを奉ずる四長者にこの山は支配されている。
Yes, after all, the mountain is controlled by the four head families who worship the four deceased guardians.
彼らも真相は知らないんだろうね。自分たちの祖がすでに主神を背いて黄泉におもねっているなんて。
They probably don't know it though, and they probably wouldn't believe it if you told them that their ancestors had already betrayed their god and sided with
い
Yomi.
ずれは根本的に彼らも対処しないといけないでしょう。しかしまずは生き残らないと。
Someone will have to deal with them too, but for now, we just have to survive.
上富士吉もみんな読み人なの？
Is everyone in Kamifujiyoshi a Yomibito too?
いや、あくまで休みずに暮らす皆だけが読み人のようだ。
No, apparently it's just everyone in Yasumitsu.
あなたたちはその中で唯一の人間。その理由はわからないけど。
You're the only humans here. I'm not sure why though.
いや。
No, wait.
香織さん、あなたもともとここの人間じゃないですね。聖火のもっと北の土地のつながりがあなたを引き止めてる。
Kursan, you're not from here, are you? There's a connection pulling you to your homeland, somewhere north of here.
なんでわかったの？
How did you know?
一瞬見えたんですよ。
I just saw it. That was a lie, but as someone experiencing these loops, I could easily simulate the supernatural phenomenon of knowing things before they were told to me.
じゃあ私は？
Well, I mean, I guess it's not really a lie, is it? Because I guess instead of telling that he looped it, he's just saying that he experienced it some other way. But I mean, he does have the knowledge. He did get told the knowledge at some point. What about me?
君は
You.
君は正直言っていいか迷うな。
I honestly don't know if I should say it. Huh? I was honest this time. She'd survived going to Yasumitsu 8 years ago. That alone was special enough, but would she be okay to hear it? I would just buy some time.
とりあえずこれは没収ね。
I'll take this. Thank you. I took a small sharp grass sickle from her hand. It didn't seem like a supernatural power exactly, but I just needed to look skilled.
よそ者である僕が神内明神の掟に背くんじゃないか。もしそうなら殺さなくてはってとこかい。
You would have killed me if I, an outsider, went against Great Lord Shinai's laws, right?
どうして？
How?
荒ごとにも慣れてるからね。あと香織さんも最悪その辺の包丁で暴れてやろうかって思ってるでしょ。
I'm used to rough stuff too, Kori-san. Oh, I'm used to rough stuff too. Kori-san, you also planned to go wild with that knife over there, didn't you?
そんなこと
That's
ないわよ。
not true.
いや、あなたの心の中にはそのようなこう思う鬼面の神が潜んでいます。
It is. I can see a demonic goddess who loves her children within you. What the hell was I saying? They were intently listening to me, at least.
強く正しい神だが、今はあなたを盲目にしている。子供たちを害したくない一心で、真実から目を背けさせている。
It's a strong and righteous goddess, but you're currently blinded by her. She's keeping you from hurting your children and facing the truth. Welcome, Nananen. Let me get your image up here. Let me get it up. Let me save this image. Then let me get OBS and let me add an image. And let me add this image. And this image goes here. Perfect place. There you go. Wonderful. Got the Sunderman creature up on the screen. Alright.
それは
I
外来者である僕が信頼できない気持ちはわかりますが、僕はこの通りあなたたちの味方だ。
I understand if you don't want to trust an outsider like me, but as you can see, I'm your ally.
読み人にこうするためのスキルと経験もあるし、そのために最初にすべきことも分かってる。
I have the skill and experience needed to deal with the Yomibito and know what must be done for that.
香織さん、
Kaori-san.
いやよ、あの子たちがいなければ私は
No, without them
私の人生は何だったのよ。
my life would have been meaningless.
今言うべきことじゃないのは承知してますが、
I understand it's not something I should say right now.
森部香織さん、彼らの人生は
Their lives don't belong to you, Kori
あなた
Oribis-san.
の旦那さんやその他藤吉村に奪われたもの、失ったものの代替品でもない。
They aren't a replacement for what Fujiyoshi took from you, and what lost here, especially your husband.
あなたどこまで
Just how much do you...
あなたの右肩に旦那さんがいます。ああ、吉次君によく似てらっしゃる。
Your husband is right behind your right shoulder. He's a lot like Yoshisuke-kun, isn't he? She began crying loudly. What a cliché act this was.
彼らは自分たちが黄泉に落ちたことも知らず、ただ自分たちの魂を汚し続けています。
They don't know that they're with Yomi now, and they're unknowingly tainting their souls.
彼らの魂は無言の涙を流し続けている。
Oh my god. Why? What a side name. Why? We got rid of him, boys. Get out of here. We don't want them viewers. Not on my watch. Their souls are silently crying.
あなたは母親として彼らを救う義務がある。そういう風に思うことはできませんか？
As their mother, you must rescue them. Can't you look at it that way?
あなたは生きてここを出て自分の人生を歩むべきだ。旦那さんもそう思ってらっしゃるようですよ。
You need to survive, leave this place, and live your own life. Your husband seems to think that your husband seems to think that too.
私はこれまでろくに母らしいこともしないで。
I haven't done anything motherly in my whole
誰も責め
life.
はしません。
No one will blame you.
分かっていたわ。私が本当は自分のためにあの子たちを育てて縛り付けようとしているって。
I knew that I was only raising them and tying them down out of selfishness. Or selfishness.
そばで守ってもらって安永に外に連れ出してもらいたいって。
I had Yoshisuke protect me and wished for Yasunaka to take me away from here.
私に才覚がなくてこんなところから抜け出せないからって。
I have no talents and can't leave this place on my own. I looked at Haru-chan, worried she might pull something, but she just shrugged a bit.
私のせいであの子たちは変にお互いを意識して悩んでる。
It's my fault that they
そ
don't.
れも知って
It's my fault they don't get along well.
だけどどうすればいいのか。
I know, but what could I do about it? I had no idea what Kori-san was hiding. I had no idea that Kori-san was hiding such weakness under her motherly strength. I had to ignore my guilt over taking advantage of it.
彼らだって悪くはない。かりそめの平穏の中で安水の苦境にあえぎながら立派に成長した。
It's not their fault either. The peace in Yasumitsu was brief, but they survived and grew up to be great boys.
でも、もうおしまいなんです。夢が悪夢に変わる前に終わらせないと。
But that's over now. We must end all this before the dream becomes a nightmare.
誰も悪くない。誰も恨めない。これはいわば世の断りに巻き込まれた災難です。
No one's at fault. No one will hold a grudge against anyone. This is more like a natural disaster than anything else. It'd be horrible if that was true, honestly. I silently hoped that my lie wouldn't become reality. I also felt that the root of all evil for her in my story were the Higuchi that sent me here after all, but I kept quiet about it. Anyway, my story seemed to have captured her completely.
一つだけ。
One thing.
一つだけ。
Can I
お願いがあるわ。
can I ask just one thing?
何でしょう。
What is it? I had to give her something to help her gather her resolve.
どうせやるなら早く
If I will have to kill them,
あの子たちを早く先に楽にしてあげたいの。
let me do it early. Let me put them out of their misery. That wouldn't be good for us. If we made the killings personal, someone would notice. Taking out Yasunaka-kun at the start was one thing, but following it up with Yoshitsuku-kun? Would she even stay sane with them gone?
でも香織さん、それは。
But that's...
いいじゃないですか。それで。
I'm fine with that. Haru-chan had just silently listened for most of my story. Now she made herself an obstacle?
香織さん、そうでなきゃ私たちとは一緒にやれない？
You won't kill us if we don't let you, right?
私はあの子たちを楽にしてあげたい。
I just want to put them out of their misery.
そういうこと。そうだったんだわ。私はそうすべき。今、はっきりわかった。
That's it. That's always been it. Just realized it.
そうしてくれないなら、私は私でそのように動くわ。
If you don't let me do it, I will do it myself.
らしいけど。
See? If Kori-san let her emotions take over and acted independently, she'd most likely put us in a terrible situation. She'd probably prepare food with aconite. Yunosuke would notice and she'd be hanged. That'd be of no use to us. She could also use more messy methods, but no matter what they were, they'd have minimal effect. Violence needed to have perfect timing and force behind it. In that sense, Chiemi's rampage last time was perfect.
あなたが市場で息子を殺すことで、あなたは間違いなく疑われるだろう。
If you make it personal and kill your sons, you would be suspected.
構わないわ。私はそれでくくられて構わない。
I don't mind, even if it gets me hanged.
あなたは外に出るべきだと。旦那さんも。
Your husband wants you to leave this place.
いくらあの子たちやあの人がそう願ってくれても、きっとあの子たちを手にかければ、
Even if
私は耐えられない。
Even if my sons or husband want it, I don't think I can bear killing them with my own hands.
僕らも困る。狼が一人減れば、命が3分の1削れるも同じなんです。
It'd trouble us. A single wolf's death means that a third of us would be gone. But,
ただし、
however, if
あなたの死に方を
if you
僕らに任せてくれるなら、
if you leave your death to us, then
協力しましょう。
we will help you. This was awful.
ええ、 構わない。
Yes, alright. It was awful. I was awful. This team was awful.
今、あなたの旦那さんは見えなくなりました。
I don't see your husband anymore.
あなた、ごめんなさい。
Dear, I'm so sorry. Crap. Takori-san, her sons were basically a replacement for her husband. What she wanted now was basically a forced group suicide along her sons. That was the compromise, the overlap between the laws of the mountain and her ego. Why were humans so hard to manipulate?
それでは今日は安永君を。
Then let's start with Yasunaka-kun today.
ええ。
Yes.
はるちゃんはいいのか？
Haru-san, are you okay with it?
仕方ないじゃないですか。兄ちゃんは読み人なんだし。
Does it matter? Nii-chan is a Yumibitu.
はるちゃんは安永のことを好いてくれてたのでしょ？
You liked him, didn't you?
お兄ちゃんとしてね。香織さんが亡きにするって決めたならわがままは言わないよ。
Like a brother, that's it. If you want to slay him tonight, I won't be selfish about it.
いい子ね。ごめんなさいね。
What a good girl. Thank you. Everyone in Yasumitsu was a good person. I wasn't, and to me, they seemed completely insane. Mamiya-san had probably felt similarly last time. That was why she died like that, and I had no intention to follow her footsteps. I decided that I would survive, and if that required me to become the best wolf, so be it. The three of us went through the mist. The wolves parted the grey, cloudy air. It felt like I was in a plane that had flown into a cloud at night. We were careful, spreading water to keep the beasts at bay, trying not to trip or fall into the fields. Haru-chan and Kaori-san were probably just being considerate of me, though. Without me, they might have gone ahead quickly and without hesitation. Not just because they were familiar with the land, but also because they seemed just about as dangerous enough. They seemed like if they decided on it, they could march straight to their grave. We were heading to the dorm. The disgusting deal with Kaori-san left us with few options to choose from, though getting rid of Yasunaka-kun wasn't a bad choice. He was extremely supportive of Hashimoto-san, so without him, the cameraman would lose some of his influence. And by shutting Hashimoto-san up, we would damage Mamiya-san too. I already knew Takumi-san and Kanto-san's weaknesses. Had to worry about Chiemi's hidden true nature. As for Rikaku-san, honestly, I felt that. I felt that if I did the same things as last time, she would side with me again. The rest weren't very influential, though. I just had to be careful that they didn't go hysterical or on a rampage. My biggest concern right now was Muchi. It seemed entirely likely that he would know who the wolves were on gut instinct alone. Wouldn't he do something weird if he found out Haru-chan was a wolf? Though right now I was merely considering the kind of people they were, not the guardians they might have had. I could only hope that they'd went to Meiko or the old wolf guy. That'd have made them harder to control. Oh my goodness, we are walking for a long time. Something about Takumi-san was bugging me too.
俺はまだ死ねない。
I can't die yet.
あ、待って。一応注意。加護を持っている人は注意した方がいい。
Oh wait, here's a warning. Those with guardians should be especially careful. I can't die yet. He was attached to Yasumitsu because of Tei-san and Kori-san, and he had his sense of responsibility as the local young leader. When you consider that him saying that he couldn't die right now didn't really make sense. That meant that he had a guardian. Yasunaka-kun had realized it too, so he jumped into the conversation, just like he had done for me last time. On the first loop, Takumi-san had revealed that he had the snake on the very first day. What if that was about to happen again? Mochi was a monkey back then, and he was one now too. Though everything else was different, back then the other monkey had been Mako. However, if there were some sort of rules for deciding who would get guardians, it wasn't unlikely that they would get the same ones. If he were the snake, I'd kill him and pass myself off as his guardian. We would gain a huge advantage. It was worth considering at least.
着きましたよ、房石さん。
We're here, Fushaishi-san. As I thought to myself, we arrived in front of the dome. I could see the misty moonlight accentuating the building's outline. For whatever reason, I already smelled blood. It reminded me of Haro-chan and Kori-san's brutalized bodies. That sure was terrible. Those murders ridiculed and laughed at humanity to the fullest extent. I wanted to have my boundaries when it came to that, at least. That sentiment came to mind. Blood. And faded as soon as Kori-san said that. She was pointing at the stairs to the dorm. There's blood all over the rusty metal stairs. Why? Why was this here? Whose blood was this? Did someone forget to shelter? Where was their corpse then? Visibility was as poor as ever, but I looked around for something humanoid on the ground. A few seconds later, I finally noticed that someone was standing just a few meters ahead. I gasped, and the other wolves only noticed it a few seconds later. I quickly realized that the person there was Chiemi Serizawa. She had something in hand. It was a sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun. When you considered her madness, it made sense. She could totally underestimate the corruption and put herself on the line to kill all the wolves by herself. It was also worth mentioning that she had a gun, a rarity here in Japan. She stood a way better chance than the Yotsusuku Orebe, whose courage only got him torn to pieces. We were only human, and that gun could instantly kill us. I hadn't predicted this. I was off guard. Right as Haru-chan and Kori-san squealed, she raised her arm. Honestly, I was impressed. She managed to stay unpredictable every single loop. I wouldn't have stood a chance against her if I didn't have my looping. She was a joker to me. A bloody, merciless joker. Alright, I had clearly lost this time. I had to do better next time. At that moment, her lips moved. A flash. What I saw wasn't the Reaper, but a smile lost to a crimson explosion. Did she shoot herself at that moment? I wasn't able to do anything but stand in place completely frozen. The two behind me shrieked and clutched my shoulders, but I ignored them. Chiemi had just committed suicide. She did. Fucking hell. With a mischievous smile, she'd put the sword shotgun in her mouth and blown her head off from the jaw up. It was insanity. This time, she'd gone way beyond whatever I could imagine. What was this? What was this feeling of loss? Was I feeling it because I wouldn't see her ever again this loop? Was it the despair at the fact that a part of my brain was actually thinking, crap, we wasted one night's worth of murders? Or... Haraki-san. Was it the fact that... Don't become... I would never be able to ask her what she'd said. Alright. I have been asked to read Little Instruction 377, so let's find UA 377 right here. And it says, when undecided about what color to paint a room, choose antique white. That is your little instruction. I shall pin that. In case you're ever curious. Undecided about what color to paint the room. There you go. Manually. There you have it. Your little instruction of the day of the stream. I guess in this situation, quite ironic because someone just committed suicide. So if you do that in a room, it would no longer be. What's going on? Hey, Fushi-san. Chine she just. We can't kill today. Huh?
人よに一人の起きてもう殺せない。きっと彼女は加護者じゃない。
The law says that we can only kill one per night. She probably didn't have a guardian.
自ら犠牲を買って出ることで、今日、人の側の有用な人物が殺されることを防いだ。
By sacrificing herself, she protected the humans from losing anyone more valuable.
おそらく、彼女はただの人。おそらく、自分にできる最大の貢献がこれだと判断して。
She was probably just a human, and she decided that this was the best way for her to contribute to her side. Then...
安永君は
we can't kill Yasunaka-kun today.
そんな。
Oh no.
仕方ないよ、香織さん。二人以上の血を流せば、あなたの望みも叶えられなくなる。
You have no choice, Kaori-san. If we kill more than one, you won't be able to fulfill your desire either.
してやられましたね。 乾杯です。
She outplayed us completely. Or did she really? I felt like I still couldn't match her in cunning no matter how hard I tried. I stayed still for a decent bit just looking at her immobile remains within the mist.
それでは手はず通りに。
Let's do what we have to.
はい。みちみち気をつけて。
Yes, be
お
careful.
やすみなさい。
Yes, be careful where you walk. Good night. We couldn't just stand here, so for now we returned to the dining hall and talked. My body was completely wet, but since I'd worn the costume for so long, I actually began sweating, so taking off the mask was way too refreshing. Then, when it was time to return, Haru-chan and I once again put on the mask and left the dining hall fully equipped. There was almost no water in the bucket by this point. But honestly, since our costumes were so wet, it wasn't likely that the bringers of corruption would attack us.
ここまででいい。そこの坂から登ったら工事現場だから。
Here's good enough. The construction site is right up that hill. Haru-chan set that right in front of the dome. Her tone was as uncaring as always, but her words seemed to express some consideration.
大丈夫かい？あそこには。
You okay? You're gonna walk by?
知恵姉の死体。
Gina's body.
ああ。君は苦手じゃないのか？
Yeah, you sure you can handle it?
苦手だけど。というか、得意だったらやばいし。
I don't think I can. It'd probably be worse if I could, though.
でも、夜だし。
But it's night, so... So, what? I didn't get her reasoning. Though I could kind of relate to her.
じゃあ、手はず通りにね。
Then let's stick with the plan.
わかった。
Alright.
ちょっとは頼りになりそうかい？
Think you can trust me?
まあ。うん。
Well,
そうかも。
yeah, maybe. Was that enough to ensure that all went fine from tomorrow onwards? I was worried. But I had no choice but to keep on going.
じゃあ。
Bye then. I turned around. Ah. A voice from behind stopped me. I turned back at her. She was standing there, still clad in her smallish wolf outfit. Like before, I couldn't see her face, but I felt that something was off. At the core of it was the fact that she was laughing. Oh, she's changed again. Was this the...
なんともなんともなんとも傑作。先ほどの茶番吹き出さぬよう必死でしたぞ。
My oh my, what a masterpiece. I could hardly contain my laughter when you were acting out your role.
そして神内明神が弱まっておるとはなんと痛快なんと面白い
And to think you even said the great Lord Shadai was weak. How thrilling and enthralling.
神をも恐れぬとはこのことよな
You're the very opposite of God-fearing, aren't you?
お前
You're...
なんじゃ得意の力とやらでカンパなさればよろしかろう
What? Why not use the special powers you mentioned to see what I am?
方便であっても貫き通せば誠になるやもしれませんぞ
If you stay true to the lie, it might even become truth. Huh?
お前ハルちゃんなのかそれともなんだ
Are you Harjan? If not, then...
狼つきなのか
The wolf possession?
おやおやおやおやおや貴様もつまらぬことを言いなさる
My oh my, what a boring thing to hear from someone like you.
神内明神のやつはあの通り赤い霧の中に見られたであろう
You saw great Lord Shinai within the red mist, did you not?
あんなものはまやかしだ
That was just an illusion.
まやかしであろうが目に見える
An illusion you could see.
貴様は何を見てこられたのかこの三峡にいぶく世紀をこれほど受けて町のお方はなお理解が及ばれぬか
What have you seen so far? You have breathed so much of the mountain's energy, yet you still cannot comprehend it, city dweller?
神というものに
You still do not understand what God is? God?
何度落ちて何度地獄を見れば真実にたどり着けることかの
Perhaps you will when you fall and rise and see this hell many more
教
times.
えてくれ
Please tell me. Throwing away my shame and honor. I grabbed her by the shoulder and shook her.
あんたは何者なんだ僕は一体どうなってるこの現象の本質は一体何なんだ
What are you? What's happening to me? What's causing this weird phenomenon?
殿方にすがられるのは悪い気もせぬがこの娘に嫌われますぞ
I do enjoy having a gentleman rely on me so intensely, but this girl might start to hate you.
ハルちゃんとは違うのか
You're not the same person?
問われるばかりも退屈なれば一つだけお答え申そうか
Being questioned this much is tiring, so I will give you only a single answer.
神は
There are three gods.
知ってる狼様は親子3人だって話だろ
Huh? I know that. The Okami-sama are three wolves, the parents and a child, right?
分かっておられるな神内明神など親子まとめて杵でついてこね回して作ったいびつな神よ
You do not understand. The great Lord Shinai is a warped god made by smashing the three with a mallet and mixing them together.
この三峡にはあと二柱
There are two more gods besides him.
まあ一柱は取るに足らぬ死に体の神であるが
Though one of them is a worthless god that is as good as dead.
残る一柱が
And the last one is your
貴様の敵じゃ。
enemy. With that, she shoved my hands away.
暗く長き山のよとぎに良きお方が来られたものよの
Looks like a fine gentleman has joined us on this dark-long evening party.
明晩またまみえようぞ町のお方
Let us meet again tomorrow, city dweller. The girl dashed away and disappeared into the dark mist. I didn't hear a single sound after that. 5:14, Wednesday. I woke up feeling an overwhelming exhaustion. It was 5 in the morning, a time when Kansa-san was already active. I wanted to sleep some more, but I couldn't let them suspect that I was a wolf based on the idea that I didn't get enough rest. After returning here last night, I changed my clothes, wiped my body, and wondered how was I supposed to hide the costume parts? 1 second. I had to sneeze. My goodness. That was a sneeze and a half. A sneep. Oh, I almost said sneep. In the end, I hid it under some newspaper, which was very cartoonish. If the humans found it just like that, I'd feel like the butt of some bizarre joke. Part of me did hope that it would be gone by the time I woke up, though. I'd gone to sleep at 2 in the morning, and sure enough, the costume was gone by the time I woke up. Well, of course it would be. If the costumes remained, you could easily find the wolves by just checking everyone's homes during the day. The last when I'd infiltrated Chiemi's home room to mess with her guns, I hadn't seen anything like this. Also, if the humans found out there was something so artificial involved in the whole wolfing business, the Yomibito side of the story, that the monsters had transformed into humans, would have been rendered unbelievable. No matter how much the locals revered Yasumitsu's legends, I felt that the feast wouldn't get anywhere without the fear caused by the idea that they were dealing with something supernatural. Oh my god, they showed it. Okay, so I'm just gonna explain this. This image has been shown like 40 times during this whole game. Ever since they showed it first time, they've shown it like so many times. It's crazy. Was the thing I'd seen the first time actually Yasunaka-kun or Tei-san wearing the wolf outfit? That didn't seem far off the mark. The mist and the darkness made the costumes look extremely convincing. Maybe that was Great Lord Shinai himself as he appeared in the red mist that one time. According to Haru-chan, that was a god, but... Forget that. What was Haru-chan herself? How did she know about my looping? It actually seemed that she knew about its cause. Possessed by the wolf, by the Okami, by the great god. There were 3 gods, and that had nothing to do with the Okami-sama being a group of 3? Was Great Lord Shinai a tripartite god? I don't know what that word means. And one of the other 2 was my enemy? What the hell was that supposed to mean? She'd given me a lot of information. It was all vague and uncertain. Were there mysteries and legends I still didn't know about? That'd make most of my current investigation completely off the mark. Was I missing or misinterpreting something crucial about the info I already had? God. This made me want to rely on Mamiya-san, Tei-san, or Ikako-san's knowledge. But this time, I was their enemy and had to kill them all. Though this time, Mamiya-san was in a decent state, so I'd ask her before I got rid of Hashimoto-san. She wouldn't know the true motives behind that. Why was Chiemi's face flashing through my mind every now and then? I went outside, intentionally avoiding looking at the dorm, and headed to the plaza. Kanzo-san and Takumi-san was already there, and they told me about Chiemi's death. No one else was missing. Then, all that blood was... Oh, well, it didn't matter. As we waited in the plaza, we were eventually joined by Kaori-san. She seemed a lot better than yesterday. Had her mind stabilized a bit once she started looking at killing her sons in a positive manner? Let's prepare the food, shall we? Yes. Yesterday we'd agreed on 5 things. We would focus on information control and gathering, as in we would avoid having secret toxins that try to listen in on any that the humans had. We would avoid talking about things we weren't supposed to, like the cause of Chiemi's death. Haru-chan would contribute to the feast once, then continue being as anti-elder and anti-outsider as possible. Kaori-san would declare that she would follow Yasunaka-kun's vote and do even if he was voting for a wolf. And finally, we would fake our guardians. However, I would be the first to act, and only from the third day onwards. Oh, and only from the third day onwards, rather. The plan was focused mostly on keeping them from looking suspicious or doing something they didn't have to. I was apprehensive about trying to get them to go wild like Chiemi did and have them kill more humans. After all, I didn't have the trust or charisma for that. Of course, my final goal was my own survival, not theirs. There would probably be situations in which I had to use them as human shields, or just situations where it was an option. But don't become... I didn't want to become just a murderer. Is that really what she said, though? A situation where I, not Haru-chan or Kaori-san, was the one suspected was the best path that led us to victory. Also, as an outsider, I had to gain their trust and make them certain I wouldn't betray them at this feast. And on top of all that, I would survive. There have been many unexplained deaths during his turn, but there was no denial that he'd survived as a wolf. I thought about those deaths, especially Yotsusuke-kun and Mochi's, many times so far, but I couldn't really believe that Yasunaka-kun was the one who'd organized them. He didn't get rid of his allies, and he stood up against Tei-san, and even if as blatantly as she had when she was human. What the hell? Welcome, Mountain Boy. Good number. Currently... Oh, welcome in, but currently that redeem is disabled. Well, I guess it's not disabled because you could see it, but it doesn't do anything. Just so you're aware. You're free to still use it though. Go wild. I don't know. Not my place to tell you what to do. Personally, I thought that was the right way to handle it. Not the redeem. That's what the... Whatever. I'm playing the game. I had to prepare for anything while trying to make sure that all wolves survived. Anyway, I was silently preparing the food. By the time it was 7, everyone besides Chiemi had gathered in the dining hall. Yasunaka-kun's face was pale. Apparently she'd committed suicide right in front of his room. Poop. Alright, let me add that to the screen. If you so desire poop on the screen, I shall add it to the screen. Text. Boop. Shall add it to the screen. Right here. Boop. There you go. There you have it. Seeing that right after waking up certainly wasn't my idea of a good time. Especially when it was the girl you liked and respected. Mochi didn't seem too fazed by her death. He was too busy helping Yasunaka cope with it. As for Haru-chan... Nichan, don't push yourself. Sit here. Do you need a cushion or a blanket? It's fine. I'm alright. Mochi, do you know any herbs that make people feel better? Guess I'll go look for some garlic or something. Garlic? No, stop. She was overdoing it. Wouldn't she appear unnatural? Wasn't she supposed to act even more shocked than Yasunaka-kun? Feeling uncomfortable about this, I continued preparing the food when Takumi-san spoke up. As you already know, someone died yesterday. It's Chiemi. Our girl died, and so soon after coming home. There was some silent noise. Kaori-san muttered Chiemi's name, while I created a gloomy expression. Told you.
俺はどうも奇妙だと思ってる。
You did, but I think this is weird.
あんな殺し方人にできますかね。
Can
まるで獣のような。
Can a human kill like that? It seems animalistic. Huh? Dumbass.
どうかされたんです堀部さん。
What's wrong, Oribe-san?
いえ、この辺で人を襲うのはイノシシかツキノワグマだけですけど、まさかそんなのまで。
Nothing, it's just that the only local wildlife that attacks people are boars and moon bears. Did something like that show up?
いや、そういうんじゃねえ。おやっさん、何か心当たりあるか？
That ain't it. You know anything, old man? No. That was the end of the exchange. Had she masked her blunder well? Making the wolves say things that only they could know was a good way for the humans to find them out. But she had fallen for it last time, and there was no guarantee I wouldn't slip up while I talked. Had to make sure I didn't fall into the same situation as she did. But beasts? Badgers? Was her buddy attacked by the bringers of corruption afterwards?
一応写真は撮ったのですけどね。
I did take a photo.
繰り返すが、外に出るとき消せよ、おっさん。
I'll say it again. Delete it before you leave.
ええ、それが必要なら。とりあえず必要があればどうぞ。ただ、繊細な方はおすすめしませんよ。食事前だし。
If that's necessary, if you wish to see it, go ahead. I don't recommend it to sensitive people. We're about to eat after all.
絶対やめた方がいいです。
I really don't think any of you should look. You could tell by her expression that she'd seen it. She looked like she wouldn't touch food the whole day. Whether we looked or not didn't affect our chances of being found out, so I just raised my hand. Me too. He and I were the only ones who looked at it. The others surely believed looking at it would do no good. I took a look at the back of the monitor of Hashimoto-san's camera, an expensive digital eye model from just last year. Yeah, it was completely different from what I'd seen. It was actually pretty close to the results of the corruption I'd seen in the previous feasts. It was a mountain of chewed and torn up meat and bones. It made me nauseous, or at least I acted like it did. I was used to it at this point.
ひどいな。
That's
どうぞ。
That's awful. Oh, this. Isn't Wolf? He'd actually said something other than the wolf is coming, and even asked something. In response, Kanso-san just grunted, clearly displeased. He wanted to use this as evidence to hang the wolves in the feast, but there were some problems. One of them was that Chiemi seemed to have died to the corruption. It didn't make sense.
じいちゃんは汚れを受けてしもうた。
Chi-chan received the corruption.
はい。これは物意味の金を
Yes.
破られたのでしょう。
Yes, it appears she had broken the law of sheltering.
でもチエネーがそれを知らないわけないでしょ。チエネーもお話は怖がってたんだから。
But there's no way Chiene couldn't have known that. She was scared of the stories too.
はい。
Indeed.
どうしてこんなことに。
Indeed, how did this happen?
僕に用があったのかな。だから僕の部屋の前に。
Did she have some business with me? Was that why she was standing in front of my room?
思い当たる件は
Anything come to mind?
何も。なんなら避けられてると思ってたし。
Nothing. It even felt like she'd been avoiding me. What? Was the idea that she'd committed suicide about to be glossed over? Was it because they didn't find the gun? That would be... Lying right now would be dangerous.
とにかく予想もしてねえことだ。飯食ったら片付けて その後どうするか相談しねえと。
Anyway, we didn't expect this. Let's eat, clean her up, then talk about what we do next.
待ってください。私専門家じゃありませんけど、現場保存ってものがあるんじゃ。
Wait, I'm not an expert, but shouldn't we preserve the scene of the crime?
片付けないと不都合があるのですか？
Would it be bad to not clean it up?
俺らの感覚じゃな。犯人探しより今そこに転がってる死体を片付ける方がずっと大事なんだよ。
To us, it's way more important to get rid of the corpse in front of us than finding whoever did it.
なるほど。
I see.
橋本さん。
Hashimoto-san.
言う通りにしよう。ああ、ムロさんと牧島さんがその片付けをなさるんですか？
Let's just listen to them. Oh, will the cleanup be done by Muro-san or Makishima-san?
じゃあ、
Yeah.
僕と Q ちゃんで食堂周辺を見回っていましょう。皆さんは食堂からあまり遠くに出ないようにする。
Then Kyo-chan and I will watch the dining hall surroundings. The rest of you, try not to wander too far from here.
その方がよくありませんか？
Isn't that for the best?
おやっさん、どう思う？
What do you think, old man?
でけえの猿だったな、お前。
You're the monkey, aren't you?
ええ。
Yes.
見回りは任せる。何でもいいから獲物持ってけ。
Leave the patrolling to you. Bring whatever bites.
なるほど。わかりました。
I see. Very well. Hashimoto-san pointed out the necessity for patrols, came out as a reliable volunteer, and even became even more trustworthy. On the other hand, he was giving himself a way to talk to Mamiya-san in secret. Was it his way of separating her, whose identity wasn't confirmed yet, from the rest of the group? I had to calm down. The first part of his move was obviously great, but I wasn't sure about the second one. Hashimoto-san was an active player, but I couldn't tell which of his actions were intentional and which were a coincidence.
というわけで、食べられる人は朝ごはんを食べた方がいいでしょうね。僕はいただきたいな。いいですか？
So anyone who can eat should do just that. I would like to have some too. May I?
はい、もちろん。匠さんも大丈夫ですか？
Yes, certainly. Would you like some too, Takumi-san?
おう。かおりさん、もちろんいただくよ。
Yeah, of course, I'll have some.
本当に食べて大丈夫なのかね？
Can we really eat this? He had to say that now of all times.
ああ？てめえ何が言いて？
What the hell are you saying?
私も別に不要な気遣いをしたくてしているわけではないがね。
I'm not trying to be needlessly considerate.
実際に人が死んだ。迷信に従って。そんな状況だからこそ、迷信ではなく、適切な疑念を持つべきだ。違うかね。
Someone died today because of superstition at that. That's why I believe we should throw away superstition and act appropriately.
何言ってんだてめえ、あ？まさかババアを疑ってんじゃねえだろうな。
The hell are you talking about? You're suspecting the hag?
まあ。
Oh dear. Unlike how he was so far, Kyonosuke, she spoke those words without any sarcasm. Had he read the mood and chosen to become the sensible but not wrong kind of character? Welcome back, Pump. I wonder if he's the snake and he checked her. So there is a snake, and the snake has checked someone. We'll see. No, he wasn't that considerate.
義継やめろ。野里さんは今回正しい。
Yoshitsuku, stop. Nozosato-san isn't wrong this
へ
time.
ばってんなら兄貴は黙ってろよ。
If you're gonna mope around, then shut up.
母さん、味見はしたよね。
You tasted it, right? Something wasn't right here. Why was everyone so sharp early in the game?
ええ、もちろん。
Of course. Good, Kaori-san understood what they meant.
でももう一度いただいた方が良さそうね。
I think I should try again. Nice, good job.
いえ、僕がいただきます。
I'll try it this time. This was my time. Everyone wanted to suspect me over anyone else, so I had to eat before they did. That was the only way to make them understand that I didn't add any poison to the food. Unfortunately for them, we weren't pulling anything like this that time. Like that this time, rather. I tasted the food, then gave everyone a show of me rewashing the dishes, making them finally agree that the food was safe. We then had breakfast. Mamiya-san and Yasunaka-kun refused, while Haru-chan ate quite a lot actually, and then Takumi-san and Kansu-san left the dining hall.
それじゃ、僕はこの周りをぐるぐる回って警戒しておきますね。
Alright, I'll walk around and keep watch.
危険な獣がいるかもしれないから、ここを離れない方がいいけど、閉じこもってばかりも体に毒だ。
There might be dangerous beasts here, so you should stay inside as much as you can, but shutting yourselves in isn't good either.
声の届く範囲で自由時間にしましょう。
Consider this free time, but don't go where you can't hear anyone.
私も行くんですよね。
I'm supposed to go too, right?
他に誰か行くかい？
Anyone else want to come?
うん。じゃあ、僕らだけで行こう。
Okay, then it's just the two of us. I didn't understand what his final words meant. What if accepting the offer was the right choice?
片付けましょうか。
Let's clean up.
ええ。
Oh, okay. This was my job, so this was the right thing for me to do, right? By the time we finished cleaning up, only 5 people were left in the dining hall.
ナムシナイ大権現。ナムシナイ大権現。
Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come pass.
玲子、髪が跳ねています。おいで。ついてあげますから。
Meiko, your hair is a mess. Come, I shall comb it. No, don't want it. Oh, my nose and again. I might sneeze again. Or maybe not. Shut up. Tei-san was in her praying mode. Rikako-san was busy caring for Meiko, who seemed in a foul mood. Kyonosuke-san seemed to want to call out to her, while Yotsitsuko-kun just seemed pissed. The journos were outside, while Takumi-san, who'd returned for a moment, had left once again.
おやっさん、外の方を見て回るってよ。宴は昼過ぎにしようってことだが、なんかあるか？
Old man said he's gonna widen his patrol range. He basically said we're doing the feast in the afternoon. Got anything against that? Just like yesterday, no one argued. People needed reasons to not follow an already established process. Yasunaka-kun was the one who pointed that out, and...
わかったよ、匠に。
Alright, Takumi-ni. He looked really drained.
ちっと話すか、ヤス。
Wanna talk, Yasu?
え？
Huh?
春、近持ち。ちょっとヤス借りるぞ。久石、香織さん。ちょっと俺ん家まで戻ってくる。
Haru, Chikamochi, I'm borrowing him. Fushaishi, Kaoru-san, I'm going back to my place.
あ、了解です。
Alright.
すみません。お気遣いを。
Sorry, you have to be so considerate of him.
そんなんじゃねえさ。大丈夫か？
It ain't that. You okay?
うん。大丈夫。
Yeah, I'm fine.
バカ野郎！昨日ああやって覚悟決めたんじゃねえかよ、兄貴！
Aniki, you dumbass. Did you forget? You were prepared for this shit yesterday.
よし。誰にだって弱みってのがあんだ。お前だって母ちゃんがいなくなったら。
Yoshi, everyone has weaknesses. If your mom was gone, you'd also...
いや、縁起でもねえ。忘れてくれ、香織さんも。
Oh, that's way too dark. Forget I said that. You too, Kaoru-san.
いいえ、私が言わなきゃならないことでした。
No, I was the one who had to say that.
俺は 覚悟してる。
I'm ready. Takumi-san and Yasunaka-kun left.
はるちゃん、その辺でなんか積もっか。
Haru-chan, let's go grab something nearby.
あ、うん。
Huh? Oh, okay.
霧が怖かったりしない？
You're not scared of the mist?
うん。もう平気よ。
Yeah, I got used to it. Haru-chan, acting as weird as always, left alongside Mochi. This situation was clearly set up by Hashimoto-san. Everyone split up and were free to have secret talks. What was the purpose of this? Was I just overthinking it? Were they just taking the opportunity to give in to them with no ulterior motives whatsoever?
ひとまずこれでよし。久石さんも休んでらっしゃい。まだお昼までは時間あるし。
That's enough for now. Fushaishi-san, go have a rest. There's still time until noon.
休んでか。じゃあ僕もちょっと外に出てみましょうか。
A rest? I guess I'll go outside then.
みんな出て行ってしもうて。黄泉の霧は汚れの元なのにね。
Everyone left. Don't they know that Yomi's mist is where the corruption comes from?
ええ。だからちょっとみんなが心配で見てきます。
There's that too. I'm kind of worried, so I'll have a look. Now, how would a good wolf spend this strange time? I couldn't think of anything. Was I a dumbass? Well, I did have some ideas, but they all seemed like bad moves. Traps, basically. Could I eavesdrop on someone's secret chats? It worked when it was dark, but during the day you could see anyone within a whopping few meters. Could I just join one of their conversations? Wasn't it best to just avoid secret chats in the first place? Was it normal for wolves to be so paranoid? A part of me couldn't help but suspect that Mochi or Hashimoto-san was hiding in this mist. I couldn't see or hear anyone, so my brain perceived this world as empty. Before the unease and loneliness took over, such situations made you feel all-powerful. No one would blame me for anything I did. I could lay down on the road, go commando, shout out that I was a wolf, but all of that was just an illusion. Was it also some sort of trap to get a wolf to do something stupid? Was this some sort of filter that caught those so paranoid that they actually believed stuff like that? Ah, crap. I wanted to just scream and run around. I wanted to do something no one could predict. I looked up to the sky, and suddenly the ground vanished beneath my feet. Whoa! Ow. Basically, I'd walked over a small cliff. Since I was unstable and fell feet first, I'd ended up hitting my legs, ass, back, and head on the ground below. Even if there was no feast, someone could actually die in the mist by accident, and I now knew better than ever. As I tried to get up, I felt an intense pain in my leg. Crap, it's twisted. This was so stupid. Also, the area below the plaza was clearly out of bounds, so I was breaking the rules here. Though this was an accident I hadn't planned myself, so I probably wouldn't draw any more suspicion than I already had. As I stood up, what are you doing? I heard a voice behind my right side, and along with it, something metallic. I instantly raised my hands, but the pain that came over me made me groan. Oh. I nearly fell to my knees out of pain, but I was afraid that he wouldn't tolerate any sudden movements, so I just slightly bent my body. Fell? Yes. Twisted it?
はい。すみません。どうしよう。
Yes, sorry, that was clumsy of me. Another metallic sound followed by a few different ones. I had no idea what they meant, so I just became more tense. I took out the bullets. It's fine. I slowly turned to the right. Kanto-san now had his gun over his shoulder, not ready to fire. That led me to finally relax It let me finally relax, but my leg still hurt. I might have sprained it.
歩けんか。
Can you walk?
少し休めば。
After a little rest.
左か。
Left side?
ええ。
Yes.
どれ？
Here. To my surprise, he rested the gun in a more comfortable position, then came up to me, crouched, and lent me his shoulder. He seemed much shorter than me, but that was probably an illusion caused by his posture. We were probably about equal in height. Also, his body was a whole lot more solid than mine. Every part touching me seemed to be covered in hard muscle. I wasn't too fond of the idea of being punched by this beast. Now that I thought about it, all the wolves so far were physical weaklings. They even needed guns to make it through a direct confrontation during the day.
すみません。迷惑を。
Sorry for the trouble.
慣れてねえなら、おとなしくしとれ。
If you're not used to it, don't do it.
はい。
Okay?
お前、狼は誰だと思う？
Who do you think are the wolves? It wasn't like him either. He really didn't seem like the type of person to ask that kind of thing here, of all places, and from the person he trusted the least.
皆さんから見れば僕なんじゃないですか。こんな時に外から来て素性も知れなくて。
From everyone's perspective, it's me. I came at such a suspicious time. You all know nothing about me.
てめえがうさんくさいのと、狼かどうかは関係ねえ。
You're shady, but that's got nothing to do with being a wolf. Consider a response from him? Something wasn't right here. What was I to do here? Got it. What? Huh? Talk about Haru's love life? What did that have to do with anything? Wait, hold on. So it's a 20. So 20 is the same one as this one. So 20 has some sort of importance. This is a very strange pick, I'll be completely honest, but...
あ、はるちゃん。
No, Haru-chan. The moment I said that, he stopped walking. It made me put more weight over my left leg, making me groan in pain.
あるが、どうした？
About her. His grip seemed to become unnaturally stronger.
いえ、昨日あれだけ霧に怯えてたのに、今日はらしくないとは思いましたけど。
Well, she was really afraid of the mist yesterday, but now she's not. It doesn't really seem like her.
しょうもない。
Nonsense.
そうなんです。
So, is it like her?
女いうもんは、男と子のためならこだわりを捨てる。
If it's for men and children, women throw away their hang-ups. For a moment, that sounded like sexism, but I realized it could be interpreted as criticism of men who often clung to their biases, no matter what. That aside, analyzing his words made it seem like Haru-chan's change was because of a man.
ああ、安永くんですか。
Oh, Yasunaka-kun.
はるちゃんは安永くんが好きなんでしょうか。
Does he like him?
みな、そう言うとる。
Everyone's saying that. Everyone's saying that. Everyone knows. Everyone's just saying it. Like, come on, man. Get with the program. Everyone, huh? That was the countryside for you. Love stories had nowhere to hide. Poor Haru-chan.
でも安永くんはちえみちゃんが死んでショックなようでした。
But Yasunaka-kun was very shocked that Chiemi-chan died.
若いもんのすいたキロータは面倒なもんよ。いつの時代も変わらん。
Young'uns hates and lovers are a bunch of troubles. That never changes. He resumed walking. Basically, he was worried of any suspicion directed to his granddaughter because of some worthless childish soap opera stuff. I could totally understand. The truth was that she was actually a wolf, and she was acting like that because she was overdoing the plan I'd set up, so the suspicions were completely right. In other words, Those suspicions could fade even quicker if someone presented an even simpler story as an alternative.
実は僕もちえみちゃんのことが少し好きになり始めてたんです。
I actually was kind of falling for Chiemi-chan too.
霧が出る前ですけど、彼女に今お相手はいるのかって聞いたんですけど、どうやらいると。
Before the mist came, I asked her if she was seeing someone, and she said that she was.
で、当然外の町の方にいるのかと聞いたら、そこは濁されて。
I then asked if he was in some other town, but her answer wasn't clear.
ただ、どうやら相手に二股をかけられてるから別れようかなとか言ってまして。
But she also said that he was cheating on her, so she was thinking of breaking up with him. What a sudden change.
本当か?
That true? He gripped my arm really hard, and I, grimacing at the pain in my leg, looked straight into his wrinkly face. Hey.
聞いたかどうかなら本当です。ただ、彼女が本当のことを言っていたかは知りませんよ。
It's true that she told me that, but I don't know if she was telling the truth.
それに、彼のこととはわかりません。違うかもだし。
Also, I don't know who the boyfriend is. Could be someone else. After looking at nothing in particular, he turned away from me.
安永くんはいい子だと思いますよ。
I do think Yasunaka-kun is a good kid. He didn't give me any sort of response. Alright. I just sown the seeds of malice. He is so fucking malicious, man. This is horrendous. Once I returned to the dining hall, Tae-san took a look at my injury. We told you not to go outside, foolish child.
すみません。本当に危ないですね。
I'm sorry.
ずっとおとなしくしておきます。
I'm sorry, it really is dangerous. I'll just stay put for now. As you should. Tae-san brought a hand towel from the counter and skillfully bandaged my leg. She'd even put some weird leaves on my skin. Apparently they help with sprains like this. She then took a wet towel in a plastic bag and applied it to the wound. It was a substitute for ice, and it worked better than you'd think. Despite this being a medical matter, Kyonosuke-shi refused to get involved. Orthopedics weren't his specialty, apparently. Orthopedics. I don't know how to pronounce that. The empty pride he displayed when I'm not a doctor. The empty pride he displayed when saying that actually calmed me down. It was very like him. It pains me to see you injured like this, but I am glad that it does not seem so bad. Sorry for worrying you. Did you break your leg?
難しい言葉を知ってるね。でもこれは捻挫。
So you know what broken bones are, huh? Anyway, no, I sprained it. Sprained?
捻挫。
Sprained? Strained? Was I that bad at talking? Does it hurt? Yeah, a lot. It's a punishment. Punishment? Did I hear that right? A punishment, you did something very bad. Oh, why'd you say that? No, I didn't. What's gotten into you today?
今日はどうしてかずっとこんな調子で
I am sorry, I do not know why, but she has been like this all day long. She really did seem like she was in a bad mood. Had she seen something? I was worried for a moment, but Meiko didn't say anything more. She just continued being sulky. What was her deal? Eventually, everyone returned, and this ended up being nothing major. My injury was actually the biggest event. Some were worried, some picked on me, some scolded me for not being careful. Their reactions were varied, but it didn't look like anyone suspected me because of it. Yasunaka-kun was in a better mood today. When Haru-chan and Mochi brought some foraged goods, he thanked me with a smile. There was a debate about whether we'd actually eat the stuff. Tae-san said something about the corrupt mist. Kyonosuke Konosuke considered the possibility of there being poison plants, etc. Etc. Yeah, you know what I... Yeah, you know. Etc. We chopped it all up, put some sauce on it, and the volunteers, the children, Hashimoto-san, and the industrious food critic, Mamiya-san, ate up. Nothing happened, of course. Because of my injury, no one wanted to go outside anymore. What? You fucking fell down a little hole. Calm down. An hour after lunch, Kanso-san said it was time, and we began the feast. Drink more, it'll hurt less. Half grinning in response, I drank more of the divine sake than usual. As far as I knew though, alcohol wasn't good for you when you were injured. Thus, the feast started. And thus, this is where we're gonna leave off for today. I'm gonna save. I think I'll talk a little bit on the things we've done today. So we made pretty good progress here. We died a few times here. This was the feast that we did. We got the werewolf assigned to us. So where did we... So this is where we... No, this can't be where we went. This must be where we went. Yeah, right here. And I can see there's a 20 here as well. 20 and a 3. That 21 is opening up a lot. So there's something with 20 that's seemingly important. I'm just going to do something real quick. That's not the 20. This is the 20.
これって正解者には素敵なプレゼント。不正解者を
Okay.
ブッシュブッシュ殺します。
So 20, I can take a guess. 20 is something to do with God, is my guess. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't have it yet. I'm starting to get a lot of the keys though, huh? Like we have a lot of them. We're getting closer to the ending. For sure. I think I have to read through these as well. I didn't even realize there's a whole story about all of these. That's kind of crazy. I should probably read these at some point. Not today though. Title. End. Just like we're ending the game, we are ending the stream. We're now here. And I'm now gonna click this button. So there's a little bit of background music. I'll turn the sound redeem on just for this window, just in case anyone wants to play a little sound. Not that there's much time to do so, but you know, now there's a chance, there's an opportunity. Alright. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Do I have Twitch muted. So let me find someone to raid. Someone who hasn't streamed for a really long time. So I'm not dropping in and they're just stopping their stream. The reason I say that is because someone I was going to raid, I think has just ended their stream. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they didn't. Alright, in that case, I'm going to raid that person that I was going to raid originally. Actually, let me just check how long ago I raided them. Because I've raided them before, I know that, but I don't remember how long ago. How do I check that? Not that. It's over here somewhere. I remember, I can check it. I don't remember how. Stream Manager? Analytics? Overview. Sneep, sneep, sneep. How do I do that? I know I've checked before. Oh, it's in the mod view, right? Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Okay, it was like a month ago. Yeah, I'll rate. I'll rate still. We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Kaguya. Cause she is streaming right now. So I'm gonna type raid Kaguya, and the raid has been created. There's another stream today. Can't believe it, huh? 2 streams in 2 days. Can you believe that? A miracle. And now we're off to Kaguya streaming. That's crazy. I'm just gonna play 500 because I like the sound.
500.
500. Thanks for dropping by, everyone. Thanks for watching another Raging Loop stream. We'll probably play a bit more of this. I really want to finish it up. It's getting really interesting now. There's a lot of information being dropped on me. We're up to 38 hours into the game, and I somehow still haven't beat it, which is absolutely insane. There's so many crazy things happening. Alright. We are closing in on leaving, on heading over to Kaguya's stream. Hope you all enjoyed today's stream. And you know the deal. We type Michael Raid or something like that. That's fine enough with me. Then we'll see. I'll try to stream a lot more this coming week. And the stream is going now. Well, bye bye, guys.